Sometimes the choices we make and the secrets we keep can completely alter the course of human lives. In some cases, these choices are driven by a deep, aching desire to heal a broken past and find a way to make things right. In other cases, they are driven by greed, power, and a shocking level of corruption that completely blinds a person to the value of human life. And in the most tragic cases, they are driven by a quiet, toxic malice that operates completely outside the boundaries of the law, leaving behind a devastation that can never truly be repaired. Today, we are going to look at 3 incredible stories that show just how unpredictable and sometimes how utterly terrifying the human experience can be. We begin in the summer of 2007. A 60-year-old man named Michael Dick was living a very quiet, comfortable life in Bow, which is located in East London. Michael was a semi-retired carpenter, and if you were to look at his day-to-day routine, it was pretty normal. He spent most of his time helping out around the house, visiting with his close friends, and being with his family. He was well liked in his neighborhood, which was a peaceful, safe place to live. But even though his life seemed complete on the surface, Michael was harboring a deep, quiet sadness that had been growing inside of him for a very long time. 10 years earlier, back in 1997, Michael had gone through a very messy, painful divorce with his first wife. At the time of the split, they had a daughter together named Lisa, who was 21 years old. When the divorce was finalized, Michael decided he needed a fresh start to escape the bitterness of the separation. He packed up his things and moved about an hour and a half south down to Bow in East London. But his ex-wife and his daughter, Lisa, stayed behind in the family home, which was located in a quiet, historic town called Sudbury in the county of Suffolk, England. Because the divorce had been so hostile and bitter, the communication between Michael and his old family completely broke down. There were no phone calls, no letters, and no updates. As the weeks turned into months, and the months turned into years, Michael completely lost touch with his daughter Lisa. He did not know what she was doing with her life, whether she went to university, if she got married, or if she was even happy. It was like she had vanished from his world entirely. Fast forward 10 years to 2007. Michael is sitting in his home, and suddenly he is hit with this overwhelming, crushing wave of grief. He realized that a whole decade had passed, and he had missed out on his first daughter's entire young adulthood. The guilt of letting those 10 years slip away became absolutely too much for him to bear. He could not stop thinking about her. So he sat down with his current wife and his 2 younger daughters, and he told them that he had to go find Lisa. He needed to apologize for the lost time, and he wanted to rebuild a relationship with her if she would let him. His family was incredibly supportive. They told him he absolutely had to do it and that they would help him in any way they could. But the problem was, Michael had absolutely no idea where Lisa was. He did not have her phone number, he did not have an email address, and he had no way of contacting his ex-wife to ask for help because they had cut all ties. The only piece of information he had was the physical address of the brick house they had lived in 10 years ago in Sudbury. And so, in August of 2007, Michael decided that this old house was going to be his starting point. He got into the car with his 2 younger daughters, and they made the 90-minute drive north to Sudbury. When they arrived, Michael navigated through the familiar streets until he found his old neighborhood. It was a beautiful, quiet street lined with classic brick houses on both sides. He slowly drove down the road, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, until he spotted his old family home. He pulled the car over, parked right out front, and just sat there for a moment, staring at the front door. His heart was pounding with a mix of hope and sheer anxiety. He stepped out of the car alone, walked up the stone path, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. After a few moments, the door opened. But the person standing there was not his ex-wife, and it was not Lisa. It was a completely different family who had moved in years after Michael left. Michael politely explained who he was and who he was looking for, but the new owners told him that they had bought the house from someone else and had no idea where the previous occupants had moved. They wished him the best of luck, but they had absolutely no information to give him. Michael thanked them, walked slowly back to his car, and sat in the driver's seat, feeling completely crushed. He looked at his daughters and told them that the trail was completely cold and he did not know what to do next. But his daughters refused to let him give up. They suggested that they just drive around Sudbury for a while. Maybe they would get incredibly lucky and spot Lisa walking down the street, or maybe just seeing the town would spark an idea. So they spent the next couple of hours just aimlessly driving around the streets of Sudbury, looking out the windows and talking about what they should do next. As they drove, they came to the realization that their best bet at finding Lisa was to get some sort of story in the local newspaper. They hoped that if they could get an article published, Lisa, or perhaps someone who knew her, would see it and contact Michael. So they drove to the headquarters of the local paper, the Suffolk Free Press, and went inside. They managed to speak to a reporter and explained Michael's situation. The reporter thought it was a very touching, interesting human interest story and agreed to write a small feature about Michael's search. The reporter, along with a photographer, brought Michael and his two younger daughters outside onto the street. The photographer had them stand together, and he took a picture of them. The reporter told Michael that in the next edition of the paper, which would run in just a few days, they would publish this picture along with a write-up about his search and his contact information. Michael thanked them profusely, feeling a tiny spark of hope. He and his daughters got back in the car and headed back to Bow, East London to wait. Now, what Michael did not know was that at that exact same time, Lisa was actually beginning to think about finding him too. Lisa was now 31 years old, she was married, she had 3 kids of her own, and she had moved out of Sudbury to a neighboring town. She had been talking to her mother and her friends about how she should go about finding her dad because she wanted her kids to have a relationship with him. But like Michael, she did not have his contact information, she did not have his phone number, and when she searched for him on social media, he was not on there. One day in August, Lisa was at her office. She went into the break room to get a drink, and she saw a copy of the Suffolk Free Press sitting on the coffee table. She picked it up and began casually flipping through the pages. Suddenly, she stopped. She saw a picture of herself. In the background of the main photo, she could clearly see herself and her mother walking along the street. She had been in Sudbury just a couple of days earlier to talk to her mom about how to find her dad, and they had walked down that very street. But then Lisa looked at the main subjects of the photo, the people standing in the foreground. It was a middle-aged man and 2 teenage girls. She stared at the man's face and nearly fell off her chair. It was her father, Michael, and her 2 stepsisters, whom she had never met. She looked at the caption for the photo and read the article. It explained that this man was desperately searching for his daughter, Lisa, whom he had not seen in 10 years. Purely by chance, on the only day Lisa had been in Sudbury talking to her mother about finding her father, she had been walking literally 100 feet behind her father and her stepsisters as they were having their picture taken for the newspaper ad. The photographer had captured all of them in the same frame without even realizing it. Lisa immediately read the article, got her father's contact information, and reached out to him. Initially, when Michael answered the phone and Lisa told him who she was and how she found him, he actually thought it was a scam. He did not believe it was actually her. But eventually she convinced him and he drove right back to Sudbury. They had an incredibly emotional reunion, and Michael got to meet his grandchildren for the very first time. Today, they are still a close part of each other's lives, all because of an unbelievable 1 in a million coincidence captured in a single newspaper photograph. That is a story of a long search ending in a beautiful, almost miraculous way. But our next story takes us to a very different part of the world, where a man's search for fame and power led to something incredibly dark and deeply disturbing. If you were to picture the Amazon rainforest in your head, you would probably imagine a dense, green, tropical wilderness filled with exotic animals and winding rivers. And you would be right. That is a very accurate representation of the Amazon. But what a lot of people do not know is that the Amazon rainforest is also home to a massive, bustling city. It is called Manaus, and it sits right in the middle of the rainforest, right along the banks of the Amazon River. Manaus is a city of extremes, and unfortunately, it happens to be one of the most violent places in the entire world. In Manaus, the drug trade and gang violence are extremely prevalent. All it takes is walking down the wrong street or crossing the wrong person, and you can get shot or stabbed in broad daylight with virtually nothing anyone can do to stop it. The police are often overwhelmed, underfunded, and sometimes even complicit in the chaos. In 1989, a 31-year-old former police officer named Wallace Souza decided that he wanted to do something about the state of his hometown. He wanted to make a television show that would show people what it was actually like to live in Manaus. Now, there were other crime shows in Brazil at the time, but they often censored the most graphic content. They would blur out the bodies or avoid showing the true horror of the crime scenes. Wallace decided he was not going to do that. He felt that the only way to expose the harsh reality of life in Manaus was to show everything without any filter. So, that year, he launched a show called Canal Livre, which translates to Free Channel. True to his word, there was absolutely no filter on what went on the air. The show was shocking, raw, and incredibly graphic. Viewers were given a front row seat to freshly murdered victims, lying in the road, slumped over chairs in restaurants, or dead behind the steering wheels of their cars. The cameramen would zoom in on the fatal injuries, the blood spatter, and the faces of the deceased. They would show the grieving family members crying out in pain, completely raw and unedited. But in between these very dark, violent segments about gang killings and drug deals gone wrong, Canal Livre also had a much lighter, almost bizarre side. They would bring on local artists to talk about their work, or they would focus on down-on-their-luck families that needed help, using the show to raise money for them. And then, for seemingly no reason at all, there was a recurring segment where a puppet character would get into physical fights with a man selling bread. It was a totally strange, chaotic spectacle, and the people of Manaus absolutely loved it. Eventually, the show became incredibly popular, not just in Manaus, but across all of Brazil. Because Wallace was often on camera hosting the show, he became extremely famous and highly recognizable. When he walked down the streets of Manaus, people would see him and literally start clapping and cheering for him. He was seen as a hero who was brave enough to show the truth that the government wanted to hide. As his popularity grew, Wallace decided that he did not just want to report on crime, he wanted to fight it from a position of authority. On the air, he would constantly berate the government for failing to protect its citizens, and he would mock the police for their inability to catch criminals. Off the air, he decided to run for political office. He campaigned hard on a platform of law and order, promising to clean up the streets of Manaus. He was elected with a massive majority, and he quickly became one of the most beloved, influential, and trusted public figures in all of Brazil. However, over the years, there was one very strange thing about Canal Livre that some people began to notice. It was a detail that was hard to ignore, and it was most obvious in a now famous episode that aired in the mid-2000s. This particular episode opens with a Canal Livre reporter making their way through a dense patch of jungle. A cameraman is filming them from behind as they push branches out of the way and carefully step over the thick underbrush. Up ahead, there is a small clearing, and standing in this clearing is a third person who is looking down at something on the ground. The reporter finally makes his way into the clearing, and the cameraman follows, pointing the camera down at the ground. What you see on the ground looks like a black, charred log that is still smoking. But as the cameraman zooms in, you realize it is not a log at all. It is a human being. The body is badly burned and still actively smoking, meaning this person had been set on fire just minutes before the camera crew arrived. It was a horrifying sight. But then, the reporter starts talking about the victim with an incredible amount of detail. He tells the audience that the victim is a man, that he had not been shot, and that he had been doused with gasoline and burned alive. The problem was, the police had not even arrived at the scene yet. No medical examiner had looked at the body, and because the body was so badly charred, it was virtually impossible to tell just by looking at it whether the victim was male, whether there were gunshot wounds, or what accelerant had been used. When people began to question how Canal Livre always managed to arrive at these crime scenes so quickly, and how they had so much detailed information before the police, Wallace had a quick answer. He told them that they were simply a very popular show with a huge network of informants, that people called them before they called the police, and that they constantly monitored police radios and the city morgue. For a long time, people accepted this explanation. But everything changed in October of 2008. That month, the police arrested a former Manaus police officer who went by the name Moa. He was accused of committing 9 murders and was thrown into jail. Despite the incredibly serious charges against him, Moa seemed completely unfazed. He acted like a man who knew he had powerful connections on the outside, someone who would step in at any moment and get him out of prison. But as the weeks went on, nobody came to save Moa. He just continued to sit in his cell, and eventually the reality of his situation began to sink in. He realized he had been abandoned. So he decided to start talking, and the story he told would shock the entire nation of Brazil. Moa admitted to the police that he had killed several people. But then he said that he was just a hitman. He claimed that the person who was hiring him to commit these murders was none other than Wallace Souza. The police began a massive, secret investigation. What they discovered was absolutely mind-blowing. It turned out that Wallace Souza had started Canal Livre with good intentions, but as the show became massively popular, it gave him an immense amount of power and influence. And that power corrupted him completely. Wallace had secretly formed his own powerful drug cartel. In order to protect his drug territory, eliminate his rivals, and boost his television show's ratings, Wallace had started hiring hitmen like Moa to assassinate rival gang members. Wallace would tell the hitmen exactly who to kill, where to do it, and at what exact time. Once the hit was planned, Wallace would coordinate with his news producers. He would send his camera crews to the exact location of the planned murder, timing it so they would arrive either right as the crime was happening or immediately after. This allowed Canal Livre to get the absolute most graphic, exclusive footage before any other news outlet and long before the police could even secure the scene. They were literally creating the news they were reporting on. It took the police a full year to compile enough evidence, but in October of 2009, they finally charged Wallace Souza with murder, conspiracy, and drug trafficking. Wallace initially went on the run, but he eventually turned himself in, maintaining his innocence and claiming that he was the victim of a political conspiracy. However, Wallace would never stand trial. Before his case could go before a judge, he suffered a massive heart attack and died in prison in 2010. Because of his death, the full extent of his crimes was never fully revealed, and we will never know exactly how many people he had killed for the sake of his television ratings. But investigators were able to prove that at least 3 of the victims shown on Canal Livre had been killed directly on Wallace's orders, including the man who had been burned alive in the jungle. But the story does not end there. The person who paid the ultimate price for exposing this massive conspiracy was Moa, the hitman who had blown the whistle on Wallace. On New Year's Day in 2017, a massive violent prison riot broke out at the facility where Moa was being held. A powerful crime syndicate overran the guards and took control of the prison, and they had a specific list of targets they wanted to eliminate. One of those targets was Moa, whom they viewed as a traitor for cooperating with the police. An angry mob of armed inmates made their way to Moa's cell. When they found him, Moa was pressed flat against the back wall of his cell, as far away from the bars as he could possibly get, pleading for his life. The mob, armed with machetes and knives, began hacking at the cell door, trying to break the lock to get inside and cut him to pieces. But the lock was too strong, and they could not get the door open. Realizing they could not reach him with their blades, they decided to do something else. They reached through the bars with a lighter and set Moa's mattress on fire. The flames quickly spread, filling the tiny cell with thick, toxic smoke and intense heat. With nowhere to run and no way to escape, Moa was trapped. He was burned alive inside his cell, suffering the exact same horrific fate that he and Wallace had inflicted on their victims years before. This is a terrifying example of how greed and a desire for control can lead to absolute horror. But sometimes, control does not come from a drug cartel or a television show. Sometimes it comes from someone you trust completely, someone you consider to be your very best friend. And that brings us to our third and final story, which took place in Sydney, Australia. In 2010, an 18-year-old girl named Renee Marsden was living in Sydney with her parents and her 3 siblings. Renee was a very bright, outgoing, and popular young woman who had a large circle of friends. She was also incredibly close with her family, especially with her mother, Teresa. Teresa had given birth to Renee when she was only 19 years old. Because of their relatively close age gap as Renee grew into a young woman, their relationship evolved from a traditional mother-daughter dynamic into a deep, trusting friendship. Renee saw her mother as her ultimate confidant. She would come home and tell Teresa absolutely everything that was going on in her life, from her daily routines to her deepest secrets. In 2010, Renee was going through a very difficult time. She had been dating a young man for nearly 2 years, and she was madly in love with him. But one day, she discovered a series of text messages that made it clear he was cheating on her and did not really care about her. Renee was completely heartbroken. She confronted her boyfriend with the messages, but he completely denied sending them. He swore up and down that he had never cheated on her, that he loved her, and that he had no idea where those messages had come from. But Renee, feeling betrayed and confused, did not believe him. She felt she had no choice but to break up with him. During this painful period, Renee spent hours talking to her mother, crying and trying to process the end of her relationship. Teresa did her best to comfort her daughter, telling her that time heals all wounds and that she would eventually find the right person who would treat her with the respect she deserved. For a couple of weeks, Renee was deeply depressed. She barely wanted to leave her room. But then, quite suddenly, she came home from work one day and walked through the front door with a massive smile on her face. She was practically radiating happiness, which was a huge contrast to how she had been acting. Teresa immediately noticed the change and asked her what had happened to put her in such a great mood. Renee smiled and told her mother that she had met a new guy. Teresa was thrilled to see her daughter happy again, and she eagerly asked who this new person was. Renee explained that his name was Braden Spiteri. He was 23 years old, and he came from a very wealthy, prominent family. He had graduated from the King's School, which is an extremely prestigious boys' school in Sydney, and his father owned a highly successful construction company that Braden was set to inherit. Renee described him as handsome, kind, and absolutely perfect. Teresa asked how they had met, and Renee explained that her best friend, Camilla Zidon, had introduced them. Camilla and Renee had been best friends since high school, and Camilla was always over at the Marsden house, so Teresa knew her very well. Renee told her mother that Braden was actually Camilla's ex-boyfriend, but they had dated a long time ago, and there were absolutely no lingering feelings between them. They were just good friends now. According to Renee, Camilla had seen how depressed Renee was after her breakup, and she wanted to help her find happiness again. So, Camilla had set her up with Braden. When Teresa heard this, a small red flag went up in her mind. She knew that dating a best friend's ex-boyfriend could easily lead to drama and hurt feelings, even if everyone claimed to be fine with it. She looked at Renee and asked if she really thought it was a good idea to get involved with Camilla's ex. But Renee quickly brushed her concerns aside, saying that Camilla was completely supportive and just wanted her to be happy. Still feeling a bit uneasy, Teresa asked to see a picture of this new guy. Renee pulled out her phone and showed her a photo of Braden. He was indeed a very handsome young man with a bright, welcoming smile. But as Teresa looked closer at the photo, she noticed something that made her uncomfortable. In the picture, Camilla was leaning her head heavily on Braden's shoulder, looking very much like his girlfriend. Teresa kept her thoughts to herself, but she could not shake the feeling that this situation was complicated and potentially dangerous. Over the next few weeks and months, Renee's relationship with Braden seemed to blossom rapidly. They were texting each other constantly, day and night. Renee had her phone out almost 24 hours a day, smiling at her screen as she exchanged messages with Braden. But as the months went by, Teresa noticed something odd. Renee and Braden had still not met up in person since they began officially dating. Every single time they made plans to meet, something would come up at the last minute. Either Braden would have an emergency at work, or Renee would have a family conflict. It was always some seemingly legitimate excuse, but it happened every single time. Eventually, the couple stopped trying to arrange face-to-face meetings altogether. It was as if they had built this incredibly intense, emotional relationship entirely through their phone screens, and actually meeting in person had become too intimidating or awkward. They were completely content just living in this digital world together. This unusual text-only relationship continued for nearly a year until January of 2012, when a massive tragedy struck. Braden was involved in a horrific motorcycle accident. He survived the crash, but his passenger, who was also his best friend, a young man named Richie, did not survive. He was killed instantly. The police investigated the accident and determined that Braden had been driving recklessly, and he was subsequently charged with manslaughter. He was convicted and sentenced to 2 years in prison. When Teresa heard about the accident, she felt a complex mix of emotions. On one hand, she felt terrible for the young man who had lost his life and for Braden's family. But on the other hand, a protective, motherly part of her felt a sense of relief. She assumed that with Braden going to prison for 2 years, the relationship would naturally come to an end. She hoped that Renee would finally move on and find someone she could actually spend time with in the real world. But that is not what happened. Braden was sent to Goulburn Prison, a high-security facility located about 2 hours south of Sydney. Shortly after he arrived, Renee informed her family that Braden's family had somehow managed to smuggle a mobile phone into the prison for him. And just like that, their constant texting resumed, as if nothing had changed. Renee's family was deeply unhappy about this. They tried to talk to her, telling her that she was wasting her youth on a man in prison and that this relationship was heading down a very dark and difficult path. But Renee refused to listen. She was completely devoted to Braden. In fact, over the next several months, their relationship only grew more intense. They made plans to get married as soon as Braden was released, which was scheduled for late 2013. Renee was overjoyed and began throwing herself into wedding preparations. She spent hours online buying a beautiful wedding tiara on eBay, booking a professional photographer, and even contacting the Greek consulate to see if Braden, as a convicted felon, would be allowed to enter Greece for their planned honeymoon. But then, in August of 2013, just 2 months before Braden's scheduled release date, everything began to unravel in a very strange way. One afternoon, Teresa received a text message on her phone. It was from Braden, which was highly unusual because he rarely communicated with Teresa directly. The message was frantic. It told Teresa that she needed to check on Renee immediately because she was talking about ending her life. Terrified, Teresa ran straight to Renee's bedroom. She found Renee sitting quietly on her bed. Teresa sat down beside her, put a comforting hand on her shoulder, and asked if she was okay and what was going on. Renee looked up, seemingly confused, and said that she was fine, and asked why her mother was asking. Teresa showed her the text message from Braden. As soon as Renee saw the screen, her face fell. She let out a heavy sigh, looked at her mother, and said that they had just broken up and that their relationship was completely over. She insisted that she was not going to hurt herself, but that she was just incredibly sad. Teresa felt a sudden wave of relief mixed with deep sympathy for her daughter. She knew how painful breakups were, but she also believed that this was the best possible outcome for Renee's future. She stayed with Renee for a while, talking and comforting her until Renee seemed to calm down. Renee then told her mother that she wanted to go out that night with her friends to try and clear her head and forget about the breakup. Teresa thought this was a healthy idea. She sat on the bed and watched as Renee stood in front of the mirror, putting on her makeup and getting dressed up. When she was ready, Renee gave her mother a tight hug, kissed her on the cheek, and said she would see her later. Then she walked out the door. A few hours later, Teresa's phone buzzed. It was a text message from Renee. But as Teresa read the message, her heart sank. The text began with Renee saying how much she loved her mother and how sorry she was for the pain she was about to cause her. She wrote that if Teresa ever wanted to talk to her, she just had to call out her name and she would be there. Teresa was instantly gripped by panic. She did not fully understand what the message meant, but she knew it sounded like a goodbye. She immediately dialed Renee's number, but it went straight to voicemail. She called again and again, but there was no answer. She sent a desperate text message begging Renee to call her back, but she received no response. In a state of pure terror, Teresa called Camilla, Renee's best friend. She asked Camilla if she had heard from Renee or knew where she was. Camilla sounded shocked and told Teresa that she had actually just received a very similar frightening text message from Renee that simply said she loved her and was sorry. The two women decided they had to find her immediately. They met up and spent the next several hours driving frantically all over Sydney, checking every place they thought Renee might go. But there was no sign of her anywhere. Eventually, feeling completely helpless, they drove back to Teresa's house. By this time, Teresa's husband and Renee's siblings were all awake, gathered in the living room, waiting in agonizing silence for any news. At around 9:30 that night, there was a loud knock on the front door. Teresa ran to open it, hoping it was Renee. But instead, she was met by two police officers. The officers explained that they had found Renee's car parked in an unauthorized area, but she was not inside or anywhere near the vehicle. They had come to the family home to see if they knew where she was. When the family explained these suicidal text messages, the officers' faces grew grave. Without hesitating, Teresa and her husband ran to their car and drove straight to the location where the police had found Renee's vehicle. The car was parked in a beautiful but notorious area of Sydney known as the Gap. The Gap is a famous peninsula characterized by steep sandstone cliffs that drop directly into the churning ocean below. It is a place of incredible natural beauty, but it is also tragically well known as a site where many people go to end their lives. When the parents arrived, they rushed to Renee's car and searched it, but it was empty. They began running up and down the paved walking paths that lined the edge of the cliffs, calling out Renee's name into the dark, windy night. But there was no answer, only the sound of the waves crashing against the rocks far below. As Teresa searched, she climbed up to one of the highest lookout points on the cliff. There, on the ground, right in front of the safety fence designed to keep people away from the edge, she found something that shattered her heart. Placed neatly side by side on the gravel were Renee's flat black shoes. The police conducted an extensive search of the cliffs and the water below that night, but because of the darkness and the rough sea conditions, they could find no sign of Renee. The following day, investigators located a security camera that was positioned to monitor that specific section of the gap. They pulled the footage from the previous night and began to watch. On the video, they saw Renee. She was walking slowly up the trail, alone in the dark. She stopped near the lookout point, bent down, took off her shoes, and placed them neatly together on the ground. Then she climbed over the safety fence. The fence was set back a few feet from the actual drop-off. The footage showed Renee taking a few steps toward the sheer edge and peeking over into the abyss. She looked visibly terrified. She took a few steps backward, pressing her back flat against the safety fence. She pulled out her phone and stood there for a few moments, typing. This was the moment she sent the 3 final text messages. One was to her mother, one was to Camilla, and one was to Braden. Once the messages were sent, Renee took her phone and threw it far out over the edge, watching as it disappeared into the ocean. Then she sat down on the ground and began to shimmy herself slowly forward toward the edge of the cliff until she went out of the camera's frame. It was clear to the investigators that Renee had jumped to her death. Despite search efforts, her body was never recovered from the ocean. The family was absolutely destroyed. They could not understand how a young woman who had been planning her wedding, buying a tiara, and looking forward to her future just days before could suddenly decide to end her life. They were convinced that the key to understanding her death lay with Braden Spiteri. They believed that whatever had happened during their sudden breakup had pushed her over the edge. They tried to contact Braden, but his phone was disconnected. Desperate for answers, they contacted the police and asked them to arrange a meeting with Braden at Goulburn Prison, where he was supposedly serving his sentence. The police agreed and contacted the administration at Goulburn Prison to inquire about an inmate named Braden Spiteri. But when the prison officials checked their records, they told the police something that sent a chill down their spines. They had no record of anyone named Braden Spiteri. Not only was he not currently at the prison, but no one by that name had ever been incarcerated there. The police began a deeper investigation into this mysterious young man. They traced the phone records, the social media accounts, and the IP addresses associated with Braden Spiteri. And what they uncovered was a level of deception that was almost impossible to comprehend. Braden Spiteri did not exist. He was a completely fictitious person. And the person who had created him, the person who had been texting Renee day and night for nearly 2 years, pretending to be the love of her life, was none other than her best friend, Camilla Zaiden. The photograph that Renee had shown her mother, the one where Camilla was resting her head on Braden's shoulder, was not a photo of Camilla's ex-boyfriend. It was just a photo of a completely random guy that Camilla had met once at a nightclub and asked to take a picture with. She had used his face to create this entire elaborate lie. As the police dug deeper into the girl's history, a horrifying pattern of toxic, obsessive control began to emerge. It turned out that Camilla had been deeply, pathologically possessive of Renee ever since they met in high school. She did not want anyone else to have Renee's attention or affection. When Renee had started dating her previous boyfriend of 2 years, Camilla had grown incredibly jealous. In order to destroy that relationship and regain control over Renee, Camilla had secretly fabricated the cheating text messages. She had created fake accounts, sent those messages to herself or to Renee, and then convinced Renee that her boyfriend was a liar and a cheat. Trusting her best friend completely, Renee had broken off the relationship exactly as Camilla had planned. Then, seeing how devastated Renee was, Camilla had swooped in to play the hero. She created the persona of Braden Spiteri, a wealthy, perfect man who would heal Renee's broken heart. Camilla had spent the next 2 years living a double life. She would spend the day hanging out with Renee in person as her best friend, and then spend the night texting Renee as Braden, whispering sweet, romantic things to her through a fake phone number. But the facade began to crack in June of 2013. During an intense text conversation with Braden, Renee had opened up about her frustrations with her real-life friend, Camilla. She told Braden that Camilla had become incredibly toxic, mean, and controlling, and that she was seriously considering ending her friendship with her. On the other end of the phone, Camilla was reading these messages. She was furious. She realized that despite all her efforts to control Renee, Renee was starting to see through her and wanted to push her away. Camilla's obsession turned into a dark desire for revenge. She decided that if she could not control Renee, she would destroy her. And she would use the character of Braden to do it. On the afternoon of the 5th of August, 2013, Renee was out having lunch with a coworker. She was happy, planning her future wedding, when she suddenly received a cold, abrupt text message from Braden out of the blue saying that he needed a break from her and that it was over. Renee was completely blindsided and devastated. She tried calling him repeatedly, but the call would not go through. Desperate and confused, she decided to do something she had never done before. She called Goulburn Prison directly, hoping to speak to a guard or an administrator who could help her get in touch with Braden. The call was placed at 2:45 that afternoon. While we do not know the exact details of the conversation, it is almost certain that the prison staff informed Renee that there was no inmate named Braden Spiteri at their facility. In that single, horrifying moment, the illusion shattered. Renee would have realized that the man she had loved for 2 years, the man she was planning to marry, was a total lie. And as she began to connect the dots, she would have realized that the person behind this cruel, elaborate deception was her very best friend, Camilla. The embarrassment, the shock, and the absolute betrayal were too much for Renee's 18-year-old mind to process. She felt completely violated, foolish, and deeply broken. She could not bring herself to confess this massive, humiliating truth to her mother, who was her confidant. The weight of the realization was so heavy that she felt she could not survive it. And so, later that evening, she walked out of her house and made the tragic journey to the Gap Cliffs. When the truth finally came out, Renee's family demanded justice. They wanted Camilla to be held criminally responsible for what she had done, for driving their daughter to her death. But they were met with a harsh, frustrating reality. In Australia, as in many parts of the world at the time, there were no laws against catfishing. Creating a fake online persona and using it to deceive someone, even if it leads to devastating psychological harm, was not considered a criminal offense. Because Camilla had not physically forced Renee to jump, she could not be charged with any crime related to her death. Throughout the inquest and the media coverage that followed, Camilla refused to take any responsibility for what happened. She never apologized to Renee's family, and she never showed any remorse for the incredible devastation she had caused. Today, Renee's family is left with a profound, lingering grief and a sense of anger that may never truly fade. They are forced to live with the knowledge that the person who destroyed their daughter's life is walking free, completely unpunished by the law. The story of Renee Marsden is a haunting reminder of the dark side of our connected world. It shows us that the people we think we know, the people we let into our lives and our hearts, can sometimes be the very ones who are plotting our destruction. And it leaves us with the unsettling truth that sometimes the most horrific acts of cruelty can be committed without ever breaking a single law on the books. These 3 stories, from the miraculous reunion of Michael and Lisa, to the bloody, corrupt empire of Wallace Sousa, and finally to the tragic digital betrayal of Renee Marsden, show us the incredible spectrum of human behavior. They remind us of the power of our actions, the weight of the choices we make, and the enduring, sometimes devastating consequences that follow them. And the 3rd story is the one that people still debate to this day. Because depending on your perspective, it might not even be considered a crime. Let me know your thoughts in the comments, and if you're not ready to stop, there's another story waiting for you right now. We often like to think that we have a pretty good grasp on how the world works. We wake up in the morning, we go about our daily routines, and we assume that the boundaries of reality are solid and predictable. We go to the grocery store, we travel for work, we hang out with our families, and we watch television, expecting that everything will make perfect sense. But every once in a while, something happens that completely shatters that illusion. The solid ground beneath our feet suddenly feels incredibly fragile, and we are forced to confront events that seem like they were pulled straight out of a fictional thriller. The truth is that reality is often far more bizarre, terrifying, and mysterious than anything a writer could ever dream up. Today, we are going to dive into 5 strange but true stories that defy logical explanation. These are stories of chilling encounters in broad daylight, survival against absolute physical impossibility, warnings from places beyond our understanding, cruel psychological experiments carried out in secret, and a monstrous evil that managed to hide in plain sight on national television. To start, we have to travel back to February 17th of the year 2004. It was a cold afternoon in Wakachi City, Japan. Inside a massive, bustling superstore called Jusco, hundreds of shoppers were going about their normal routines. The air was filled with the typical sounds of a busy retail environment. You had the hum of fluorescent lights, the beep of cash registers, the murmurs of families discussing what to buy for dinner, and the gentle clatter of shopping carts. But suddenly, this peaceful, mundane atmosphere was completely shattered by a loud and aggressive commotion coming from the front of the store near a row of automated teller machines. When nearby shoppers stopped what they were doing and rushed over to see what was going on, they were met with a deeply unsettling sight. There was a thin young woman with a tiny baby strapped tightly to her chest, and she was locked in a violent, desperate struggle with an older man. At first, the onlookers just stood there in absolute shock. They did not know what to make of this. It was a chaotic scene, and they were trying to process who was the aggressor and who was the victim. But then, the young woman raised her voice and yelled out the word thief. The man she was grappling with was 68 years old, and he was clearly in a state of intense distress. He was a retiree, and in this moment he had been pinned up against a bank of ATMs by the sheer force of the struggle. His hands were clenched into tight defensive fists, as if he was desperately holding on to whatever it was he had supposedly taken from the woman. Seeing a young mother with an infant in danger, 3 men from the gathering crowd decided they had to intervene. They lunged forward, grabbed the older man, and wrestled him away from the woman, pinning him face down onto the hard floor. Even though he was outnumbered and held down, the older man refused to open his hands. The 3 bystanders began screaming for the police, who happened to be patrolling nearby in the shopping center. The officers ran over, immediately jumped on top of the older man, and forced handcuffs onto his wrists. All the while, the man was lying on the ground, crying out and pleading with them, saying over and over that he had done absolutely nothing wrong. But then, his voice changed. Onlookers would later report that he began making a series of very strange, guttural moaning sounds. Before anyone could figure out what was happening to him, the man began violently vomiting, and within seconds, his body went completely limp as he lost consciousness. An ambulance was called, and while the police officers were waiting for emergency services to arrive, they decided to pry open the unconscious man's clenched fist to see what he had stolen. But when they finally managed to force his fingers open, they did not find a stolen wallet or a wad of cash. The only thing he was clutching was his own bank card, which was now severely bent in 3 different places from the force of his grip. The police searched his pockets and found his wallet, which belonged entirely to him. They also looked through the shopping bags that were scattered on the floor around him, but those bags only contained basic pet supplies, specifically some hamster food that he had just purchased. There was absolutely no evidence that this man had taken anything from anyone. At this point, the police realized they needed to speak to the victim to find out what had actually happened. They looked up from the unconscious man on the floor and began scanning the crowd of onlookers for the young woman with the baby. But she was gone. In the chaos of the struggle, the arresting officers, the bystanders, and the crowd had been so focused on subduing the older man that nobody had kept an eye on her. The police asked the crowd if anyone knew who she was or which way she had gone, but everyone just shook their heads. Nobody had paid attention to her departure. The police officers thought it was certainly a bit strange that a victim of a robbery would just walk away without waiting to speak to law enforcement, but they figured she was probably just shaken up and wanted to get her baby out of a stressful situation. Since she was gone and the suspect was unconscious, they decided to classify the whole incident as an attempted robbery and essentially put it to the side for the moment. But the situation grew far more serious the very next day. While still in the hospital, the 68-year-old retiree died. The medical examiners determined that his cause of death was heart failure, which had been brought on by the extreme physical and psychological stress of the altercation and the subsequent arrest. When the police received this report, they simply updated the case file to reflect that the suspect had passed away, and they prepared to close the investigation permanently. However, the family of the deceased man, who was referred to in police reports as Mr. A, completely refused to accept this outcome. They were devastated, and they knew in their hearts that Mr. A would never have attacked a young woman, let alone a mother with a baby. He was a gentle, quiet retiree who had spent 40 years of his life working dedicatedly for a chemical manufacturing company. He was currently collecting a modest pension and worked part-time as a security guard just to keep himself busy. He lived a peaceful life with his wife, his children, and his grandchildren in a house located just about a kilometer away from the Jusco store. On the afternoon of his death, he had walked to the store for the sole purpose of buying food for his grandson's pet hamster. His family went to the police and begged them to reopen the case. They insisted that Mr. A was not a criminal and that the mysterious woman must have done something to provoke him or start the fight. The police initially brushed them off, but the family was so persistent that the department finally agreed to a compromise. They said they would review the store's closed-circuit television security footage from that afternoon just to make sure they had not missed any crucial details. And when the investigators sat down to watch that footage, what they saw completely terrified them. The security camera was positioned directly over the row of ATMs where the entire struggle had taken place. The footage showed that about 5 minutes before Mr. A even entered the frame, the young woman with the baby was already standing there. But she was not waiting in line, and she was not using an ATM. She was standing tucked away in a dark corner just off to the side, completely motionless. Her back was pressed against the wall, her head was tilted downward, and she was holding her baby strapped to her chest. She stood there like a statue, never moving a muscle, just staring at the ground. Then Mr. A walked into the frame. He carried several shopping bags on his arms. He walked up to one of the ATMs, inserted his card, withdrew some cash, and turned around to walk toward the exit. The moment his back was turned, the woman in the corner suddenly came to life. It was as if a switch had been flipped. She lifted her head, stepped out of the shadow, and walked directly toward Mr. A. As she passed him, she deliberately reached out and brushed her hand against his chest in a very swift, gliding motion. The footage showed that Mr. A had an immediate, instinctive reaction to being touched by her. He spun around and grabbed her arm, clearly trying to stop her or ask what she was doing. And that was the exact moment the struggle began, and she started screaming that he was a thief. It was absolutely clear from the security tape that Mr. A had not tried to rob anyone. He was completely innocent. The woman had set a trap for him, waiting in the dark corner for the perfect target, and had fabricated the entire robbery out of thin air. As the video continued, the investigators watched the 3 bystanders tackle Mr. A to the ground. They watched the police arrive and handcuff him. And then they focused their attention on the woman. During the absolute chaos of the arrest, while everyone's eyes were glued to the dying man on the floor, the woman simply stood up, adjusted the baby on her chest, and calmly walked into the crowd, blending in and disappearing. The police immediately launched a massive search through all the security footage from every single camera in and around the Jusco superstore. They looked at the entrance cameras, the exit cameras, the parking lot cameras, and the street-level cameras. They analyzed hours of tape from before and after the incident. But they found absolutely nothing. There was not a single frame of footage showing this woman entering the store, nor was there any footage of her leaving. It was as if she had simply materialized in that dark corner next to the ATMs, waited for Mr. A, caused his death, and then vanished into thin air. To make matters even more frustrating, the police interviewed dozens of witnesses who had been standing just feet away from the struggle, but not a single one of them could provide a detailed or reliable description of the woman's face. It was as if their minds had completely blocked it out, or they had simply been too distracted by the violence of the struggle to register her features. But the investigators did not give up. They went back to the ATM camera footage and began playing it frame by frame, zooming in as much as possible. And after hours of painstaking analysis, they found one single second where the woman had looked directly up right into the lens of the security camera, exposing her face. But when the investigators saw her face on the screen, they were so deeply unsettled that they made a highly unusual decision. They decided to hide the image from the public. They did not release it to the media, and they did not show it to anyone outside the department for an entire year. They were genuinely concerned that if the citizens of Wakachi City saw this photograph, it would create widespread panic, and people would be too terrified to ever shop at the Jusco store again. When the image was finally released a year later, the public understood why the police had been so hesitant. The woman's face was completely devoid of any human emotion. Her eyes were blank, hollow, and downcast, staring out with a chilling coldness. There was no anger, no fear, and no excitement on her face. Many people who saw the image compared it to a death mask, which is a plaster cast made of a dead person's face shortly after their passing. Others remarked that she did not even look like a living human being, but rather something artificial or ghostly. After seeing the footage and realizing that their loved one had been entirely innocent, Mr. A's family filed a lawsuit against the police department for their negligence in detaining and pinning him to the ground while he was clearly experiencing a fatal medical emergency. The family and the department eventually reached an out-of-court settlement, but money was never what the family truly wanted. They wanted answers. They wanted to know who this woman was, why she had targeted Mr. A, and what she had done to him to cause his sudden, violent death. But despite the wide release of the creepy photograph, no one ever came forward with any information. The woman with the baby was never identified. And now, she never will be. The statute of limitations for the case officially expired in the year 2011. Today, the mystery of the Jusco Phantom remains one of the most famous and unsettling unsolved cases in modern Japanese history. It is still debated in online forums where people share the eerie photograph and wonder what kind of force was standing in that dark corner on that cold afternoon in 2004. Now, we shift our focus to an entirely different kind of mystery, one that took place high in the sky over New South Wales, Australia in the year 2007. 35-year-old Eva Wisniewska was not your average athlete. She was a member of the German national paragliding team, and she was widely considered to be the absolute best female paraglider on the planet. Over the previous 2 years, she had competed in 10 of the world's most prestigious paragliding competitions, and she had walked away with the gold in 6 of them. She was incredibly driven, highly skilled, and determined to keep her title as the world champion. On the 24th of February 2007, Eva was on Mount Bora in Australia, preparing her high-tech paragliding gear. She was joined by about 200 other paragliders from all over the world. This was Eva's very last chance to get a training flight in before her first major high-stakes competition of the season, which was scheduled to begin the following week. She was completely focused and eager to get into the air. But as the pilots were lining up and checking their equipment, one of the event coaches walked out in front of the crowd to deliver a warning. He told them that a line of storm clouds had been spotted far to the north. However, the weather forecast for the area was highly ambiguous. The meteorologist could not tell if the storm was going to move directly over Mount Bora or if it would pass safely to the side. The coach told the pilots that the decision to launch was entirely up to them. They had to weigh the risks for themselves. Ava looked up at the sky. It was turning a heavy, dark shade of gray, but she decided that she could not afford to miss this training opportunity. She figured that if the weather started to look truly dangerous once she was in the air, she would simply cut her flight short and land safely in the fields below. The rest of her German teammates, however, were not willing to take that chance. They decided to stay grounded and monitor her progress from a chase fan on the road. Because Ava took a little extra time to double-check her harness and her instruments, by the time she was ready to step up to the edge of the cliff, almost everyone else had already launched. She was one of only a few pilots left on the mountain. She strapped herself into her glider, took a powerful, determined run forward, and launched herself off the cliff, soaring gracefully into the sky. Down on the ground, her teammates tracked her path using GPS and kept in touch with her via a two-way radio. For the first part of her flight, everything was incredibly peaceful. The air was smooth, and Ava navigated along the rugged ridgeline of Mount Bora for about 12 miles. But as the ridge ended and she sailed out over the vast, flat Australian savanna, the situation took a sudden and terrifying turn. Two massive thunderstorm clouds had rapidly developed directly in her flight path. One of the clouds was significantly larger than the other. The vast majority of the paragliders who had launched earlier in the day had already passed through this area before the clouds formed, so they were safe. But Ava and two other pilots, one from the Austrian team and one from the Chinese team, were now flying straight toward the danger. They had to make a choice. They could either land immediately in the rough, unpredictable terrain of the savanna, or they could try to navigate around the perimeter of the clouds. They chose to try and dodge them. They knew it was incredibly dangerous to fly anywhere near the bottom of these clouds because of a phenomenon known as an updraft. At the onset of a major storm, a massive column of warm air is sucked violently from the ground up into the atmosphere, feeding the clouds. If a paraglider gets caught in that column, they can be pulled upward like a leaf in a vacuum cleaner. So Ava and the other two pilots began flying aggressively away from the dark clouds, trying to find a clear path. But the storm was moving far faster than they could have anticipated. In a matter of seconds, the larger cloud overtook the smaller one, combining to form a massive 12-mile-wide cumulonimbus cloud. Suddenly, all three pilots were trapped inside the storm zone. The updraft of a cumulonimbus cloud is legendary among aviators for its sheer destructive power. It can easily tear aircraft apart, and it can last for over an hour. The Austrian pilot immediately realized the danger. He pulled down hard on one of his steering toggles, pointed his feet downward, and began a tight, aggressive spiral to force his glider down to the earth, successfully escaping the grasp of the rising air. As he was spiraling down, he looked back to check on the other two. He could not see the Chinese pilot, but he saw Ava. She was desperately trying to mimic his spiraling maneuver, but it was too late. She was already caught in the core of the updraft. The Austrian pilot watched in horror as Ava was pulled straight up, disappearing into the pitch-black heart of the cloud. By the time the Austrian pilot slammed into the ground, a ferocious storm had broken loose. Giant hailstones were pelting the earth around him. He scrambled for shelter in a nearby barn, pulled out his radio, and screamed to the ground crews that they had an extreme emergency. Inside the cloud, Ava was experiencing a nightmare. She was being hurled upward at an unbelievable speed of 60 feet per second. The wind was so loud and violent that it felt like she was standing next to a jet engine. She was completely blind, surrounded by absolute darkness, except for the blinding flashes of lightning that exploded mere feet away from her glider. She knew she was being dragged into the very center of the storm's eye. She managed to squeeze her radio button and send a desperate message to her team on the ground. She gasped out that she could not see anything, and then her radio went completely dead. As she rose higher and higher, the temperature plummeted, and she was pelted by hailstones the size of oranges. The pain was excruciating, and she fought with every ounce of her strength to keep her glider stable. But at those extreme heights, the air becomes incredibly thin. Soon, Ava began to suffer from hypoxia, a severe lack of oxygen to the brain. She could no longer think clearly, her vision faded, and she passed out. The updraft did not stop. It shot her unconscious body all the way up and out of the very top of the storm cloud. While she was finally out of the turbulent, wet air of the storm, she was now floating in an environment that was 50 degrees below zero. Almost instantly, everything on her body froze solid. Her face, her insulated gloves, her clothing, and the delicate fabric lines of her paraglider were covered in a thick layer of ice. At that altitude, there was virtually no oxygen to breathe, and she had no mask or tank. By every known law of human physiology, Ava Wisniewska should have died within minutes. Yet, she did not. Her heart kept beating, and she remained unconscious, floating helplessly above the storm for 45 long minutes. Then, the weight of the ice on her glider caused one side of the wing to collapse. Suddenly, Ava was sent into a violent, uncontrolled freefall. She was hurtling back down toward the earth at a speed of 90 feet per second, falling straight through the frozen, turbulent storm cloud for a second time. But, as she cleared the bottom of the cloud and entered warmer, denser air, a miracle occurred. The ice on her glider melted, and the rush of air caused the canopy to naturally inflate and open back up. The violent, jerking motion of the glider suddenly stopping her terminal velocity jolted Ava back to consciousness. She opened her eyes, completely disoriented and shivering uncontrollably. She was still high in the air, but she was below the storm. The updraft had finally dissipated. Weakly, she reached up, grabbed her steering toggles, and guided her frozen glider down to a rough crash landing in a grassy field. She curled her freezing body into a tight ball, reached for her radio, and called her team. When they heard her voice, they began to cry. They had been preparing themselves for the worst. The Chinese pilot who had been sucked into the storm with her had unfortunately been struck by lightning and killed. They had assumed Ava had met the same fate. Ava was rushed to the hospital where doctors braced themselves for severe injuries. But to their absolute astonishment, they found that she had survived almost completely unscathed. She had some deep bruises from the giant hailstones and some moderate frostbite on her face and ears, but she required no major surgeries. She was actually discharged from the hospital that very same day. Later, Ava and her teammates went back to the launch site to retrieve her equipment. They decided to plug her GPS tracking unit into a computer to see just how high the storm had carried her. When the data loaded onto the screen, the team stared at it in complete, stunned silence. The GPS log showed that Ava had reached a peak altitude of 32,634 feet. To put that into perspective, that is the exact cruising altitude of a commercial passenger jet. Ava had been floating in the open air, unprotected, at an altitude higher than the summit of Mount Everest, and she had lived to tell the story. Our third story takes us back to the early morning hours of the 10th of June, 1994, in the mountainous terrain of Northern California. A woman named Deborah Hoy was fast asleep in a guest bedroom at her relative's house in Sacramento. She and her husband had planned a lovely, relaxing, multi-day visit with their family. But, at around 2 o'clock in the morning, Deborah suddenly jolted awake. She did not know why she was awake, but she was immediately gripped by an intense, overwhelming sense of panic. It was not a physical pain, but rather a psychological urgency, a deep, unshakable feeling that something was terribly wrong and that they had to leave the house immediately and drive back to their home in Lake Tahoe. Deborah turned to her husband and shook him awake. She explained the feeling, her voice trembling with anxiety. Her husband, who was exhausted, tried his best to reassure her. He told her that she had probably just had a vivid nightmare and that she was still half asleep. He urged her to close her eyes and try to go back to sleep, promising that if she still felt the same way in the morning, they would pack up and leave first thing. Deborah nodded and laid back down, but as she stared at the dark ceiling, the feeling only grew stronger. It was like a physical weight pressing down on her chest, a voice in her head screaming at her that they had to get on the road right that second. Finally, she could not take it anymore. She jumped out of bed, turned on the lights, and told her husband that they were leaving right now. Seeing that his wife was genuinely terrified, her husband reluctantly agreed to go. They quietly packed their suitcases, wrote a hasty note of apology to their relatives, slipped out the front door, and got into their car. The drive from Sacramento to Lake Tahoe requires navigating a notorious stretch of highway up in the mountains. One of the most dangerous parts of this route is a section known as Bullion Bend. It is an incredibly winding, narrow road with sharp, blind turns, flanked on one side by a towering rock wall and on the other by a sheer, steep drop-off down the side of the mountain. One wrong move or a moment of distraction, and a car would plummet into the deep ravine below. They had been driving through the pitch-black mountain air for about 15 minutes, with only their headlights cutting through the darkness, when they rounded a particularly sharp horseshoe bend. As the headlights swept across the right side of the road, Deborah, who was looking out the passenger window, spotted something lying on the shoulder of the highway just a few feet past the asphalt. At first, she thought it was just some discarded trash, a sleeping bag, or perhaps a dead animal that had been hit by a truck. But as their car drew closer, the headlights fully illuminated the object. Deborah gasped in horror. Lying there on the cold, dirty gravel was the body of a young woman. She was completely naked, lying on her side, and appeared to be totally motionless. Deborah turned to her husband and screamed for him to keep driving. Her husband, who had also caught a brief glimpse of the figure, was panicked. He asked if they should stop, if they should turn around and see if she was alive and needed help. But Deborah was absolutely hysterical. She was convinced that the body was a trap, a setup by some violent criminal hiding in the trees, waiting for an unsuspecting driver to stop so they could rob or kill them. She pleaded with her husband to just keep driving and find the nearest phone. Luckily, just a quarter of a mile down the road, they came across a forest ranger station. In the parking lot, there was a public payphone. They pulled in, and Deborah, her hands shaking, dialed the police. She explained exactly what she had seen on the shoulder of Bullion Bend. The dispatcher told them to stay put at the ranger station and wait for responding officers to arrive. A few minutes later, a police cruiser pulled into the parking lot. The officers listened to Deborah's story and then asked her husband to lead the way back up the mountain, stopping a safe distance before the sharp bend so they could investigate. The couple got back into their car, with the police cruiser following close behind. They drove back up the winding road, and as they approached the horseshoe turn, her husband pulled over onto the shoulder. The officers parked behind them, got out of their cruiser, and walked past the couple's car, disappearing around the bend with their high-powered flashlights. Deborah and her husband sat in their car, watching the beams of light sweep across the dark trees and the side of the road. But after several minutes, the officers walked back around the bend, their faces looking completely blank. They walked up to Deborah's window, and one of them told her that they had searched the entire area, but there was absolutely nothing there. There was no body, no clothes, no trash, and no signs of anyone having been on the shoulder. Deborah was stunned. She insisted that she was not crazy and that she knew exactly what she had seen. The officers were polite, but they told her that since there was no evidence of a crime, they had to clear the scene. They advised the couple to continue their drive home and try to get some rest. The officers drove back to their precinct, and as they were sitting in the break room discussing the strange call, another officer named Rich Strayer walked in. Rich was a veteran of the department, and when he heard them mention the name Bullion Bend, his ears immediately perked up. Rich knew that just a few days prior, a young mother named Christine Skubish and her 3-year-old son Nicky had been reported missing. They had been driving to a family member's house, and the last known tower ping from Christine's cell phone had placed her somewhere near Bullion Bend. Rich wondered if the woman Deborah had seen could have been Christine. The next morning, as soon as the sun came up, Rich got into his patrol car and drove out to Bullion Bend. He pulled over at the exact spot Deborah had described and began a foot search. Within minutes of walking along the shoulder, he spotted something small lying near the guardrail. He walked over and picked it up. It was a child's shoe. Rich felt a knot form in his stomach. He walked to the edge of the guardrail and looked down the steep, vertical embankment. At first, all he could see was a dense canopy of pine trees and thick brush. But, as he adjusted his eyes, he noticed a faint trail of broken branches and trampled leaves leading down into the ravine. And then, he saw a glint of red metal far below. Rich scrambled over the guardrail and began a treacherous climb down the steep mountain slope. He tore through the thick brush, following the path of destruction, until he finally reached a small, flat clearing near the bottom of the ravine. There, crushed and battered by the trees, was a red four-door sedan. It was the exact car Christine Skubish had been driving. Rich ran to the driver's side and looked through the shattered window. Inside the driver's seat was Christine, and it was immediately clear that she was deceased. Rich then looked over into the passenger seat, and his heart stopped. There, strapped into his car seat, was 3-year-old Nikki. He was pale, incredibly thin, and barely breathing, but his eyes were open. He was alive. He had survived for 5 days in the freezing mountain temperatures without food or water. Rich quickly pulled him from the wreckage, carried him up the mountain, and called for an emergency medical helicopter. At the hospital, doctors worked frantically to save the little boy. They later told Rich that if he had found Nikki even 1 or 2 hours later, the boy would have succumbed to severe dehydration and exposure. He had been found at the absolute last possible second. When the investigators began reconstructing the accident, they assumed that Christine had fallen asleep at the wheel, run off the road, and crashed down the embankment. They figured that at some point she must have survived the initial impact, crawled up the steep slope to the road, and laid down on the shoulder to seek help, which was when Deborah had spotted her. They believed she must have then crawled back down to the car to be with her son before she died. But when the coroner completed the autopsy on Christine, that theory was completely destroyed. The medical examiner proved beyond any shadow of a doubt that Christine had died instantly from massive head trauma the exact moment the car hit the trees, 5 days before Deborah and her husband had driven down that road. She could not have climbed up to the road, and she could not have been the woman Deborah saw lying on the shoulder. To this day, there is no logical explanation for what Deborah Hoy saw on that dark mountain road. The police searched the area thoroughly and confirmed no other people or bodies were present. Yet, it was Deborah's highly specific police report that led Officer Rich Strayer to search the exact spot where little Nikki was dying in the ravine. Many believe that some supernatural force, perhaps a maternal instinct that transcended death itself, had manifested on the road to guide rescuers to the dying child. Now we move to a story that began in 1980, involving a young man named Bobby Shafron. Bobby was 19 years old, and he was on his way to Sullivan County Community College, located about 2 hours outside of New York City, to begin his very first semester of college. Bobby was incredibly nervous. He was a shy, quiet kid who had never been popular in high school, and he did not know a single person at this new school. As he pulled his car into the campus parking lot, he saw hundreds of students laughing, hugging, and carrying boxes into the dorm buildings. He felt a deep sense of isolation. He grabbed his backpack, took a deep breath, and began walking across the wide campus lawn toward his dorm. But as he walked, Bobby noticed something very strange. Every time he passed a group of students, they would stop talking and just stare at him. Some of them smiled warmly, and others began waving. Bobby figured they were just being exceptionally friendly to freshmen, so he smiled back. But then a young woman ran directly up to him, threw her arms around his neck, kissed him on the cheek, and told him she was so happy he was back. Bobby was completely confused. He gently pushed her away and told her that she must have the wrong person because he had never been to this school before. The girl laughed, rolled her eyes as if he was playing a joke, and walked away. Bobby continued into the dorm building, but the bizarre interactions only intensified. As he walked down the hallway, random guys were high-fiving him, patting him on the back, and welcoming him back for the year. Finally, as he was about to turn the corner toward his assigned room, a voice boomed down the hallway behind him, calling out the name Eddie. Bobby stopped and turned around. At the far end of the hall, a student was waving excitedly, yelling for Eddie to come over. Bobby walked up to the student and explained that his name was not Eddie, that he was a freshman named Bobby, and that there had clearly been some sort of massive misunderstanding. The student stared at him for a second, laughed, and told him that he was a funny guy before walking off. Bobby went into his room, shut the heavy door, and sat on his bed, feeling completely overwhelmed and deeply unsettled. He could not understand why an entire campus of strangers was convinced he was a guy named Eddie. A few minutes later, there was a loud knock on his door. Bobby opened it, expecting another confusing encounter. Standing in the hallway was a student he had never seen before. But the moment this student saw Bobby's face, all the color drained from his skin. The student began visibly shaking. He stared at Bobby for a long, silent moment and then asked him if he had been adopted. Bobby, taken aback by the highly personal question, said that yes, he had been adopted as a baby. The student then asked if his birthday was the 12th of July, 1961. Bobby's jaw dropped. He said yes. The student, whose name was Michael, grabbed Bobby by the shoulders. He explained that his best friend, a guy named Eddie Galland, had attended the school the previous year but had decided not to return this term. Michael told Bobby that he looked, spoke, walked, and acted exactly like Eddie. He told Bobby that they had to be identical twins. Bobby could hardly believe what he was hearing. He had spent his entire life believing he was an only child. Michael insisted they call Eddie immediately. They ran out to a campus payphone, Michael dialed the number, and when a voice answered, Bobby took the receiver. He introduced himself to Eddie, and as soon as Eddie spoke, Bobby felt a chill run down his spine. The voice coming through the earpiece sounded exactly like his own. Eddie was just as shocked, and he immediately invited Bobby and Michael to come to his house in Long Island. The two boys jumped into Bobby's car and drove for 2 hours through the night. When they arrived at Eddie's suburban neighborhood, they saw a house with every single light turned on, glowing in the darkness. As they walked up the driveway, the front door flew open. Standing in the doorway was Eddie Galland. Bobby and Eddie stared at each other in absolute, breathless silence. They were looking into a living mirror. They had the same hair, the same eyes, the same build, and the same expressions. Michael would later describe the moment as deeply emotional. The two brothers, who had been separated at birth, immediately embraced, laughing and crying at the same time. The story of their incredible chance reunion quickly caught the attention of a local newspaper called Newsday. A reporter was sent to interview the boys, and the paper published a heartwarming, feel-good article about the long-lost twins who had been brought together by pure coincidence. But then, the story took a turn from the highly improbable to the downright impossible. A young man named David Kelman was sitting in his home in Queens, New York, when his friends began calling him in a state of frantic excitement. They told him he needed to go buy a copy of Newsday immediately. They told him that there was an article about two identical twins, and that the photos of the twins looked exactly like David. David was skeptical, but he went down to the local corner store and bought the paper. When he looked at the front page, his heart skipped a beat. The two boys staring back at him were his exact double. But what really caught his eye were their hands. David had always been self-conscious about having unusually large, thick hands, and in the photograph, both Bobby and Eddie had those exact same hands. David read the article and saw that their birthday was the 12th of July, 1961, and that they had been born at the exact same hospital in Long Island where he had been born. He immediately realized that they were not just twins. They were triplets. David managed to get Eddie's phone number and dialed it. Eddie's mother answered the phone, and when David explained who he was, his birthday, and his adoption, she gasps and drops the phone, screaming to her family that they were coming out of the woodwork. A few days later, Bobby and Eddie drove to David's house. The moment all three of them were in the same room, any doubt disappeared. They were identical triplets. Within minutes of meeting, the three 19-year-olds were wrestling on the living room floor, laughing hysterically and talking over one another. It was a beautiful, joyful reunion that made headlines all over the globe. The triplets became instant celebrities. They were invited onto the most popular national talk shows, they were featured on the covers of magazines, and they were hounded by fans wherever they went. People were fascinated by the uncanny similarities between them. Despite being raised by three completely different families in different parts of New York, they all smoked the same brand of cigarettes,
They had all competed in wrestling in high school, they all loved the same foods, and they even shared the exact same physical mannerisms and gestures. They decided to move into an apartment together in New York City, and they lived like rock stars. They went to the trendiest clubs, met famous celebrities, and eventually opened an incredibly successful restaurant in Manhattan called Triplets. But while the boys were enjoying their new life, their adoptive parents were growing increasingly angry. They had all adopted their sons through a highly prestigious and wealthy New York agency called Louise Wise Services. None of the parents had ever been told that their baby had brothers, let alone identical triplets. They felt that the agency had deliberately kept them in the dark and stolen their children's right to grow up together. The parents demanded a formal meeting with the executives of Louise Wise Services. When they sat down in the agency's grand conference room, they asked why the triplets had been separated. The executives coldly explained that it was simply too difficult to find a single adoptive home that was willing or able to take in 3 babies at once, so they had made the decision to separate them for their own good. David's father stood up and slammed his fist on the table, telling them that was complete nonsense and that he would have gladly taken all 3 boys if he had only been told the truth. But the agency refused to give any further explanation and abruptly ended the meeting. As the families were walking out of the building, Bobby's father realized he had forgotten his umbrella in the conference room. He turned around, walked back down the quiet hallway, and opened the door. But when he looked inside, he saw the very same executives who had just offered their cold, somber apologies. They had popped open a bottle of expensive champagne and were clinking their glasses together, laughing and celebrating. It was immediately clear to him that they were not sorry at all. They were celebrating having successfully lied to the families and protected some dark secret. The parents tried to hire several prominent law firms to sue the agency, but every single firm they contacted initially showed great excitement, only to call back days later and abruptly back out of the case, claiming a conflict of interest. The parents realized that Louise Wise Services had incredibly powerful, wealthy connections in New York and that someone was putting pressure on the legal community to keep this secret buried. Eventually, the families hit a brick wall, and they had no choice but to try and move on. But as the years went by, the cracks began to show. The triplets, who had never experienced the normal, slow process of growing up together and learning how to navigate conflicts, began to clash over how to run their restaurant. The arguments became increasingly personal and bitter. Bobby eventually decided he had to walk away from the business, which deeply fractured the trio's bond. Eddie, who suffered from undiagnosed mental health issues, was devastated by the falling out. He desperately wanted his brothers to be close, and the stress of the fracture sent him into a spiral of severe depression. After a brief stay in a psychiatric hospital, Eddie tragically took his own life. It was in the wake of this tragedy that a brilliant investigative journalist named Lawrence Wright began looking into the case. During his research, he stumbled across a highly obscure, dusty scientific paper tucked away in an academic journal. The paper detailed a secret, long-term psychological study involving identical twins and triplets who had been intentionally separated at birth and placed with different families. The paper revealed that all the children in the study had been sourced from the exact same agency, Louise Wise Services. Lawrence contacted Bobby and David and delivered the shocking news. They had not been separated because it was hard to find a home for 3 babies. They had been separated on purpose from the moment they were born to be used as human lab rats in a highly unethical, secret scientific experiment. The study had been designed and run by a prominent New York psychologist named Dr. Peter Neubauer. The goal of the experiment was to solve the age-old scientific debate of nature versus nurture. Dr. Neubauer wanted to see if a person's personality, intelligence, and mental health were determined entirely by their genetics, or if their environment and upbringing could change who they became. To achieve this, the triplets had been deliberately placed into 3 completely different socioeconomic households. Bobby was given to a very wealthy, highly educated family where the father was a doctor. Eddie was placed with a stable, middle-class family where the father was a strict teacher. David was placed with a warm, loving, but low-income immigrant family where English was a second language. Every year of their childhood, researchers from the study would visit each of the boys' homes under the false pretense that they were just conducting routine, standard follow-up visits for the adoption agency. They would film the boys, administer cognitive tests, and take detailed notes on their behavior. The parents had no idea that their sons were being compared to two identical brothers living just miles away. Even worse, the researchers had actually used the family's first adopted children as a sort of baseline, studying how the parents raised them before placing the triplets into the homes, essentially turns the parents themselves into unwitting test subjects. When Lawrence Wright tried to interview Dr. Neubauer about the study, the psychologist refused to answer any questions and showed absolutely no remorse. He had never published his final findings, and before his death in 2008, he had ensured that the entire study, including all the video footage and records of the triplets' childhoods, was legally sealed in the archives of Yale University until the year 2066, long after the surviving triplets would be dead. In a recent documentary about the case, Dr. Neubauer's former assistant claimed that the study had proved that nature was far more powerful than nurture, and that the boys were genetically predisposed to their behaviors. But many critics pointed out the ultimate tragedy of the study. Eddie, who had been raised by a cold, strict father, had succumbed to depression and suicide, while his brothers, raised in warmer homes, had survived. This suggested that nurture did indeed play a massive critical role, and that the separation itself had caused irreparable psychological harm to all three boys. To this day, Bobby and David have never received a formal apology or a full explanation of what was done to them. The secrets of their lives remain locked away in a university vault, a chilling reminder of how far some are willing to go in the name of science. For our fifth and final story, we go back to a milestone night in American television, the 18th of December, 1956. This was the night that a revolutionary new game show called To Tell the Truth made its very first broadcast. The setup of the show was incredibly engaging. The audience and a panel of 4 celebrity judges would be introduced to 3 contestants, all of whom claimed to be the exact same person. This person was always someone remarkable, someone who had accomplished an extraordinary feat, possessed an unbelievable talent, or lived a highly unusual life. Only one of the 3 contestants was the actual, real person. The other 2 were imposters, coached by the show's producers to lie, manipulate, and trick the judges. The celebrity panel would have a few minutes to ask the contestants questions about their biography to see who would slip up. At the end, the judges would vote on who they believed was telling the truth, and the host would ask the real person to stand up, resulting in massive applause from the studio audience. The show was an absolute sensation, and it remained a staple of American culture for decades. But of all the thousands of episodes that have aired over the years, there is one particular broadcast from October of 1972 that will forever be remembered as deeply chilling. On that evening, 3 middle-aged men walked onto the stage and introduced themselves to the panel as Ed Edwards. The host then read the biography of the real Ed Edwards. It was a fascinating, dramatic story. The host explained that Ed had once been an incredibly dangerous criminal, a man who had landed himself a spot on the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives list for a series of daring armed robberies and for impersonating a federal officer. But, the host continued, while Ed was serving a long sentence in a maximum security prison, a compassionate guard had taken him under his wing and helped him reform. Upon his release, Ed had dedicated his life to being a model citizen. He had written a best-selling book about his life and had become a highly sought-after motivational speaker, traveling the country to teach people how to spot con men and protect themselves from criminals. The celebrity judges began questioning the 3 men, trying to poke holes in their stories about prison life and criminal tactics. After the interrogation was over, the judges cast their votes. Finally, the host spoke the famous line, asking the real Ed Edwards to please stand up. A man in a sharp suit, with a warm, friendly smile and a perfectly groomed haircut, stood up. The crowd erupted into applause. He looked like the absolute definition of a wholesome, suburban American father. He looked like a man who could not hurt a fly. But decades later, the world would learn the horrifying truth about the man who stood up on that stage. In the year 2009, a 40-year-old woman named April Balacio was lying in her bed, unable to sleep. April was Ed Edwards' daughter. And for her entire life, she had been haunted by a deep, dark suspicion about her father. Despite his public image as a reformed, peaceful family man, behind closed doors, Ed was an absolute monster. He was incredibly violent, physically abusive, and a pathological liar. April remembered that during her childhood in the 1970s and 80s, her father would suddenly force the family to pack up all their belongings in the middle of the night and move to a different state with absolutely no warning. Whenever April or her siblings asked why they had to keep running, Ed would claim that because he had been a police informant during his time in prison, old associates had discovered their address and they were in imminent danger. April never believed him. She always felt that they were running from something far more sinister. So, on that night in 2009, April opened her laptop and decided to do some digging. She began making a list of all the random small towns they had briefly lived in during her childhood. She typed the name of each town into Google, followed by the words unsolved murder or unsolved mystery. As she scrolled through the search results, she stopped at a case from 1,980. It was an unsolved double homicide in the town of Watertown, Wisconsin. April's heart began to race. She knew for a fact that her family had lived in Watertown in 1980 during the exact month of the murders. She read the details of the crime. A teenage couple, Tim Hack and Kelly Drew, had disappeared from a wedding reception. Their bodies were found weeks later in a nearby field. They had been brutally murdered. The police had released a description of a suspicious man seen near the reception, and as April looked at the sketch, she realized it looked exactly like her father. April made a brave, agonizing decision. The next morning, she called the Watertown Police Department and told them she believed her father was responsible for the cold case. The police took her tip seriously. They tracked down Ed Edwards, who was now an old man living in a trailer in Kentucky, and obtained a sample of his DNA. When the lab results came back, it was an absolute match. Ed Edwards' DNA was all over the evidence from the 1,980 crime scene. Ed was arrested and extradited to Wisconsin. Once he was in a small interrogation room, the facade of the reformed citizen completely shattered. He quickly confessed to the murders of Tim and Kelly. But then, he did something even more bizarre. He began demanding that the state execute him. He wanted the death penalty. When the prosecutors told him that Wisconsin did not have the death penalty and that his maximum sentence would be life in prison, Ed grew incredibly frustrated. He wanted control over his own death. So, to force their hand, he confessed to another double murder from 1,977 Inches, Ohio, where he had killed another young teenage couple, Billy Lavaco and Judy Straub. But due to a legal loophole, the Ohio charges still did not guarantee his execution. Outraged, Ed finally revealed a fifth murder. In 1996, he had murdered his own 25-year-old foster son, Danny Boy Edwards, in order to collect a massive life insurance payout. Because of the financial motive and the nature of the crime, this finally made him eligible for capital punishment. Ed was sentenced to death, just as he had wanted. However, he would die of natural causes in prison in 2011, just weeks before his scheduled execution. Since his death, cold case detectives and criminal investigators have realized that Ed Edwards was almost certainly one of the most prolific serial killers in American history. Many experts believe he is responsible for dozens of unsolved murders across the country, spanning from the 1950s all the way to the 1990s. There is even a highly compelling theory, supported by some law enforcement officials, that Ed Edwards was the Zodiac Killer, the infamous unidentified monster who terrorized Northern California in the late 1960s. If that theory is correct, it means that when Ed Edwards walked onto the stage of To Tell the Truth in October of 1972, He was not a reformed man who had put his past behind him. He was an active, cold-blooded serial killer. As he stood before the bright studio lights, smiling and waving to the cheering audience, he had already taken the lives of multiple innocent people. He had used a national television show to feed his massive ego, playing a game of lies in front of millions of viewers, while his victims lay buried in shallow graves across the country. These 5 stories, as different as they are, all share a deeply haunting common thread. They show us that the world is a far more mysterious, unpredictable, and sometimes terrifying place than we dare to admit. They remind us that the stranger walking past us in a crowded store, the sudden urge that saves a life, the scientific institutions we trust, or even the smiling face on a classic television screen can hold secrets that defy explanation. So what do you think? Which of these stories unsettled you the most? Because the truth is, stories like these don't just exist on the internet. They happen in real life. Sometimes they happen a lot closer than we'd like to believe. Maybe don't watch it alone. Pelican Valley is this really remote part of Yellowstone National Park out in Wyoming. When you look at pictures of it, you see these wide, meandering meadows, creeks cutting through the grass, and just this incredible 360-degree view of the mountains all around you. It honestly looks like the perfect place to set up a tent and just camp out under the stars. But it's not like the other parts of the park. To stay overnight in Pelican Valley, you have to get a special permit. And before the park rangers at Yellowstone will even consider giving you that permit, they sit you down and they make it very clear that Pelican Valley is a very dangerous place. They have a rule, or at least a very strong suggestion, that you should only go out there in groups of at least 4 people. It's just not a place you go alone. On the 28th of July 1984, a young woman named Brigitta Fredenhagen arrived at Yellowstone. She was 25 years old, and she was there with her brother Andreas and her sister-in-law Junko. The first night, they did what most visitors do. They stayed in one of the big established campgrounds called Grant Village. The next day, they were tourists. They went out to see one of the park's most famous hot springs, the Norris Geyser. That afternoon, after seeing the sights, they made a stop at the park ranger's office. This stop was for Brigitta. Her plan was to spend the next night camping by herself in Pelican Valley. So she needed to apply for that special permit. When the 3 of them walked into the office, the rangers on duty initially thought they were all applying for a permit together. And since they were a group of 3, close enough to the recommended 4, the rangers weren't asking too many questions. They were just starting to go through the routine paperwork. But then Brigitta spoke up and corrected them. She said, "No, it's just going to be me applying for a permit." And as soon as she said that, the whole vibe in the room changed. The rangers immediately stopped what they were doing and tried to talk her out of it. They told her, "This is a really bad idea. Nobody goes into Pelican Valley on their own." But Brigitta was calm and assured them she was an experienced camper. She told them she understood the risks involved, she'd done her research, and she still wanted to go by herself. Her brother Andreas and his wife Junko, who were standing right behind her, they backed her up. They chimed in and told the rangers, "No, she's really good. She knows what she's doing." The park rangers were clearly not happy with this plan. You could tell they thought it was a huge mistake. But ultimately, they couldn't force her not to go. If she understood the risks and still wanted the permit, she was entitled to it. So they decided, you know what, if she wants to go, she can go. But they did take one final precaution. They asked her to show them on a map exactly where she intended to set up her camp. That way, if they needed to, they could come and check on her and make sure she was okay. So Brigitta leaned over the map and pointed to a specific section. The rangers noted it down, handed her the permit, and that was that. She, along with Andreas and Junko, left the office and headed back to their campsite for the night. The next morning, the 3 of them got up early. They packed up their things, got in their car, and drove to the Pelican Valley trailhead. After they parked, they all got out and began walking into Pelican Valley together as a group. This was part of the plan. They walked for a few miles deep into the valley. Then, as they had arranged, the group stopped. Andreas told Brigitta that this was as far as they were going. They were going to head back to the car now, and they would meet her right back here at the trailhead tomorrow. They said their goodbyes, and then Andreas and Junko turned around and started the long walk back to the car. Brigitida watched them for a moment, then turned and carried on, deeper into the wilderness, all by herself. The following day, Andreas and Junko arrived at the trailhead at the agreed-upon time to meet Brigitida. They waited. An hour went by. Then another. She didn't show up. After a couple of hours of waiting with no sign of her, they started to get very concerned. So, they found a phone and called the park rangers. They asked them, have you seen Brigitida? The rangers said, no, we haven't, but we'll go take a look for her. The area Brigitida had pointed to on the map was inside a densely forested area, but it was right next to a large open meadow. This meant that as the park rangers approached her supposed campsite, they wouldn't actually be able to see it or her until they were practically right on top of it. So the rangers made their way across the big meadow and pushed into the edge of the forest. They started yelling out her name, Brigitida, but the only sound that came back was the wind in the trees. She didn't yell back. After a few minutes of searching and calling her name, they reached the exact area where she had said she was going to camp. And sure enough, there was her tent. But as they got closer, they could see it was a very odd scene. When they walked up to the tent, they immediately noticed a big vertical tear in one of the nylon walls. They cautiously poked their heads down to look inside. Everything was surprisingly neat. All of her belongings inside the tent were undisturbed. There was a foam sleeping mat laid out right in the middle. To the right of the mat was a flashlight that had been turned off. On the left side of the pad was a tape player with headphones. She must have been listening to it before she went to sleep. The play button was still down, but the batteries had run out. At the foot of the sleeping pad was her backpack. Inside of it, all of her clothes had been neatly packed inside of individual Ziploc bags. This is a common trick experienced campers use to mask their scent from animals. Also in the pack was a wilderness survival guide, and it was open to a specific page that was flipped down. The page showed a diagram of how to properly string your food up into the trees so that no animals can get to it. The rangers started looking around the outside of the tent. About 2 meters away from the back of the tent, they found her sleeping bag. It was laid out perfectly flat on the ground, almost like it had been put there to dry in the sun. But when they looked at it more closely, they found 2 small puncture marks in the fabric. One was up near the neck area of the bag, and the other was lower down near the torso. But there was no blood on the bag. Not a single drop. At this point, the rangers were starting to think this could have been some kind of animal attack, but they were really confused by how tidy and orderly the whole scene was. Typically, when a wild animal attacks a person or a campsite, it looks like a bomb went off. Tents are shredded, gear is scattered everywhere. It's a scene of total chaos. And this campsite was the complete opposite. It was very, very neat. As the rangers continued to walk around the campsite looking for any other clues and still yelling out for Brigitida, they found something else. A couple of meters away from where the sleeping bag was laying, they saw a faint trail in the dirt and pine needles. It was a barely discernible drag trail leading west from the camp into the forest and up a small hill. So the rangers started following this trail. They got about 20 meters away from the camp when they discovered Brigitida's cooler lying on the ground on its side. Whatever food had been inside of it was now gone. There was some string lying on the ground next to it, so it looked like she had followed the instructions in her book and strung the cooler up in the trees, but something had managed to get it down. From the cooler, the rangers continued walking along this faint drag trail. They went another 20 meters or so up the hill. That's when they found a woman's sweater on the ground. It had been torn up, and this time there was blood on it. At this point, the rangers knew this was bad. They unslung their rifles and held them at the ready. They kept walking, following the trail another 40 meters up and over the hill, and then down into a small clearing in the woods. And it was there that they found Brigitida, or what was left of her. No one knows for sure exactly what happened to Brigitida that night, But based on all the physical evidence they found, investigators were able to piece together a very clear and disturbing theory. After setting up her campsite, Brigittida had climbed inside of her tent. She got into her sleeping bag, and then she put her headphones on to listen to some music before falling asleep. Sometime later that night, a large male grizzly bear discovered Brigittida's cooler, which she had strung up in the trees about 20 meters away from her tent. And apparently, despite her best efforts, Brigittida just did not string it high enough. The bear was able to reach up, claw at it, and pull it down. After the bear ate all the food that was inside of the cooler, it was still hungry. So it began looking around the area for more to eat. It's believed that this particular bear was so accustomed to human traffic in this part of the park that when he stumbled across Brigittida's tent, he wasn't scared or cautious. In fact, he likely associated the tent with a source of food. So, this bear quietly lumbered over to the side of the tent. It reached up with one of its massive paws and cut a slice right through the nylon wall. Then, it put its head inside and bit down on Brigittida's skull and began dragging her and her sleeping bag out of the tent and away from the camp. There was no sign of a struggle either inside or near the tent. This indicates that Brigittida was most likely fast asleep when the attack began. Or maybe she just couldn't hear the bear approaching because she still had her headphones in, listening to her music. She was dragged 80 meters by her skull to that clearing, where she was consumed. An attack like this is exactly the reason why Pelican Valley is considered so dangerous. It's because the area is full of grizzly bears. And even though grizzly attacks on humans are incredibly rare, most people don't understand just how horrific they are when they do occur. Grizzly bears don't really try to kill their prey before they eat them. Instead, they focus on just pinning them down, getting them under their immense body weight so they can't go anywhere. At which point they can eat them at a leisurely pace. Some experts say grizzlies actually prefer to eat their prey while they're still living, which is why so often in grizzly attacks you see the arms and legs eaten first and then the head and torso. It's a method that keeps the victim alive just a little bit longer. Unfortunately, there was so little left of Brigittida that investigators couldn't pinpoint an exact time of death. However, because this bear broke normal grizzly behavior and intentionally targeted a human for food, there's a good chance he savored that meal. On the 28th of April 2000, a 24-year-old named Yuri Lipsky was standing in front of a cafe in Dahab, Egypt. He was looking out over the Red Sea. He had traveled all the way to the Sinai Peninsula from his home in Moscow for one very specific reason. He wanted to film himself swimming through an underwater feature called the Arch. But at that moment, it was looking like that probably wasn't going to happen. The Arch is an 85-foot-long underwater tunnel. It connects a massive sinkhole right on the shoreline called the Blue Hole to the open water of the Red Sea. To get to the Arch, you have to enter the Blue Hole directly from the shore and descend straight down 181 feet. At that depth, you'll reach the top of the tunnel on the northeast side of the sinkhole. But there's a catch. If on your descent you happen to miss the ceiling of this arch, which is apparently pretty easy to do in the deep, dark water, you run the risk of going too deep. Now, going too deep doesn't mean you're going to miss the tunnel altogether. The arch is a huge opening. It starts at 181 feet, but its bottom goes all the way down to 393 feet. The real risk of going too deep has to do with how your body responds to the type of gas you're breathing under pressure. For those who aren't familiar with diving, there are generally two types of dives. There's recreational diving, where you breathe the same compressed air that you breathe on the surface. They literally just pump regular air into scuba tanks. With that, the recommended maximum depth you should ever go is 130 feet. Then there is technical diving. This is where you breathe a special mixture of gases, typically a mix of helium, nitrogen, and oxygen, that allows you to go safely below 130 feet. This type of diving is exponentially more dangerous and requires all sorts of additional training and specialized equipment. Because the minimum depth you need to reach just to get to the top of the arch is 181 feet, that puts the dive firmly in the technical diving range. This means you should absolutely be diving with a mixed gas and have special training and equipment. But year after year, people try to dive down to the arch and swim through it on regular air. And year after year, people die doing it. When your body absorbs too much nitrogen under pressure, you can get something called nitrogen narcosis. It's a lot like being drunk. Your judgment gets cloudy, you get confused. In extreme cases, divers who get this have been known to do irrational things, like remove their mouthpiece and try to breathe the water, believing they are actually on the surface. Below 130 feet, your body absorbs nitrogen much faster. And regular air is a whopping 78% nitrogen. So the risk of getting nitrogen narcosis is exponentially higher if you're breathing regular air at those depths. Also, oxygen itself can become toxic the deeper you go. It can lead to sudden blackouts and convulsions. If you don't have another diver there to literally physically pull you up into a shallower part of the water column, you won't recover from it and die. Regular air contains 21% oxygen, which is a lot of oxygen for a deep dive. So, if you're diving regular air below 130 feet, you are at a massively increased risk of developing oxygen toxicity. Now, to be clear, it is technically possible on regular air to dive down to 181 feet, make it through the arch, and come out the other side and be just fine. But you're realistically pushing the absolute boundary of what a human body can get away with on regular air. If you go below 200 feet, you're probably dead. So, if you're attempting to swim through the arch on regular air, you need to be paying extremely close attention to your depth gauge as you descend so that you don't miss the arch and accidentally drift down below 181 feet to the very deadly depths of 200 feet and beyond. So, earlier in the day, Yuri had gone down to the edge of the blue hole, and he had found one of the diving instructors that taught there. His name was TK Omar. Yuri asked him if he'd be willing to take him down to the arch to help him film himself going through it. TK said yes, he could, but he would need to train Yuri for 2 full weeks before he would be considered qualified to do that dive. And he would need a special equipment setup with a special gas mixture. Yuri was disappointed. He told TK, "Well, I'm leaving in 2 days to head back to Moscow, so I need to do this dive now. Is there any way you can do it today? Or tomorrow even?" And TK was firm. "No," he said, "that's not how this works." And TK understood this better than almost anyone else. Because in addition to teaching diving at the blue hole, TK's other job was to dive down to the bottom and retrieve the dead bodies of inexperienced or overconfident divers who attempted the archway and didn't make it. Although there is no official body count of how many people have died inside of the blue hole, locals believe it's as high as 200 people in just the last decade. After TK was unwilling to take him without properly training him and outfitting him with the right equipment, Yuri thanked him and went on to a couple of other diving instructors with the same request. "Will you take me in the next couple of days?" And they all said the same thing. "No, we need to train you and you need special equipment." And so finally, after no one was willing to bend the rules for him, Yuri just left. Later that day, the owners of the cafes that overlooked the blue hole remember seeing a young man who was by himself walk to the edge of the water. He put on all of his scuba gear. He put on a helmet and then strapped a big camera to the top of it, ratcheting it down tight. And then after he had all his gear on, he jumped into the blue hole and disappeared beneath the surface. That man was Yuri. A few days later, Yuri's family back home in Moscow realized he didn't get off the flight he was supposed to be on. They reported him missing. Word got back to Dahab, and TK Omar was contacted to go down into the blue hole and see if Yuri was down there. TK geared up, hopped in the blue hole, and descended to the bottom. And sure enough, lying face down on the sandy floor was Yuri. When they brought Yuri to the surface, they made a startling discovery. His camera had been running the whole time. He had actually filmed his own final moments. Yuri's final video exists online, so you can watch it for yourself, but here is a description of what happens. After situating the camera on his head just the way he wanted it, he hit the record button and then jumped into the water. It was later determined that Yuri was breathing regular compressed air out of his tanks. The camera submerges under the water, and you can see Yuri begin to sink very quickly into the darkness of the blue hole. But his breathing seems normal and he's not thrashing around, so it appears to be a controlled descent, at least at first. But at some point, you can hear Yuri trying to activate his buoyancy compensator. It's basically an inflatable life jacket that's part of your gear. You can add or release air into it to control your buoyancy, to hover, or in an emergency, you can fully inflate it to stop yourself from sinking and rise to the surface. But he's trying to use it to slow down his descent, and you can hear the air just escaping his compensator. There's a leak. He can't slow himself down. Now, Yuri was wearing a weight belt, which is very common in diving. And any certified diver knows that there is a quick release function on your weight belt. It's specifically for emergency situations like an uncontrolled descent. You can jettison your weight belt in one motion and you'll immediately start ascending to the surface. But Yuri was panicking. He was fixated on his buoyancy compensator that was failing. He was desperately trying to activate it, and so he completely forgot about his weight belt. And then he rockets past the entrance to the arch. He goes below 181 feet. He goes below 200 feet. And he goes all the way to the bottom, where he hits the floor at 392 feet. And then he begins to slide. The bottom of the blue hole is actually at an angle, and it slopes down towards the opening of the archway. If you slipped out of the blue hole at that depth, it was a sheer drop-off for thousands of feet into the abyss. And you can see on the camera, Yuri rolls over and he's desperately clawing into the mud and sand to stop himself from sliding out of the blue hole to certain death. He's trying to get himself to stop. And finally, he manages to anchor himself in the dirt. For a second, it's calm. He's kind of looking around. It's very clear he's confused, disoriented, and then everything goes still. It's believed that at this point, he either removed his mouthpiece because of the severe nitrogen narcosis, thinking he could breathe, or he was dealing with oxygen toxicity and he simply blacked out and the mouthpiece fell out of his mouth. But either way, he drowned. On the 25th of April 2003, a man named Aaron Ralston took a trip to Utah. His plan was to spend some time exploring the vast and rugged Canyonlands National Park. He slept in his truck that night, and the next morning, at about 9:15 a.m., he got up. It was a beautiful Saturday morning. He hopped on his bike, and he biked for 15 miles to get to the entrance of a place called Blue John Canyon. The canyon was an 11-mile-long gorge that, at certain places, was as narrow as 3 feet across. It was a classic slot canyon. So Aaron locked up his bike and began walking into this narrow canyon. About 6 hours later, at 2:45 in the afternoon, Aaron was at a section of the gorge that was getting really narrow. Below him, it was about a 100-foot drop down to the desert floor. He was planning to walk with 1 foot on each wall, kind of like Spider-Man, to get his way through this tight section of the canyon. But as he began that maneuver, a huge 800-pound boulder that was wedged above him became dislodged. It came tumbling down right towards him. He barely managed to get out of the way, but it landed directly on his right arm, pinning it against the canyon wall. He couldn't move. He was suspended 100 feet off the ground, and he was 20 miles away from the nearest paved road. Immediately, he tried to pull his hand free. He tried to push the rock off, but it wasn't going anywhere. It was solid. And that's when the horrifying reality of his situation dawned on him. He hadn't told anybody that he was going to be in this specific canyon today. Not a single person in the world knew where he was. He was so far away from anyone who could help him. And he didn't have a cell phone. He didn't have a satellite radio. He had no way to communicate with anyone who could potentially help him. Now, the position he was in wasn't him just dangling by his arm 100 feet off the ground. He was able to shift his body and position himself against the rock walls where he wasn't dangling. He was able to sit down fairly comfortably, besides the fact that his arm was being crushed. And he was even able to use the rock that had pinned him there as a sort of table or something to lean up against. After he calmed down a little bit, after a few minutes of pure panic, he reached back with his free arm and he pulled his backpack out in front of him. He started taking inventory of what he had. And it was not much. All he had was 12 ounces of water, which is just a single small water bottle. He had 2 burritos and a few candy bar crumbs at the bottom of a wrapper. That was all the food and water he had. In terms of tools, all he had was one of those crummy, cheap multi-tools. And it did have a little knife blade that extended off the end. Almost immediately, he took that multi-tool and he began chipping away at the massive boulder to try to see if he could maybe crack it, break off a piece, and push it off. But he found out very quickly that it was completely futile. The rock was not moving. It was an enormous boulder. It wasn't going anywhere. He could not possibly break it with this crappy little multi-tool. As the sun began to set on that first day, Aaron started thinking really seriously about trying to cut his arm off. But again, all he had was this multi-tool and its crappy little dull knife. And he was thinking, there's no way I can cut through my own arm. There's bone in there. I can't possibly saw through the bone with this thing. And so, very disheartened, he put his multi-tool away. He began to carefully nurse his tiny supply of water and slowly eat his food. He just thought, maybe some miracle will happen. Maybe over the next couple of days, someone will be hiking nearby within earshot. I can yell to them and they can come get me. Or maybe someone will see me from above when they're hiking on the rim of the canyon. I can just wait it out. But by the 5th day, he had run out of water completely. He was becoming delirious. He was actually drinking his own urine at this point just to stay alive. He fully expected that he was going to die overnight. And so, with his multi-tool, he began to etch his name into the rock wall next to him. And then underneath it, he etched the date he expected to die, which was the next day. After that, he put his multi-tool down. He did have a small camera with a limited amount of battery left. He pulled that out, and selfie style, he filmed goodbye messages to his family. He said his name was Aaron Ralston and that his parents were in Englewood, Colorado. He asked whoever might find the camera to please make an attempt to get it to them. After he was done filming, he put the camera away and he leaned up against the rock and he fully expected to die. But as he drifted off, he started to have this really intense, vivid dream. In the dream, he saw himself playing with a small child and he was missing his right arm. And he took this as a sign that he was supposed to chop his arm off, get out of there alive, and go start a family. And so he woke up from this dream, and suddenly, all he wanted to do was survive. He looked at his arm, which was already starting to decompose at this point, and he thought to himself, I know I can't cut through bone, but what if I'm able to break my arm, a clean break? Maybe then I can take this blade and cut through the break in the bone. And so, he began testing the idea. He used the sharp edge of the rock as a fulcrum to see if he'd be able to break his arm using the torque of pushing it over the edge. And when he started to sense that it was possible, he took a deep breath and then he broke his arm. He then took his multi-tool and over the next hour, he would painstakingly saw through his entire arm, the skin, the muscle, the tendons, the nerves. Once his arm was finally free, he couldn't believe it. He actually smiled when he looked back and saw his severed arm still pinned underneath the rock because of his sheer will to live at this point. And running high on adrenaline, he climbed the 65 feet out of this canyon with his one remaining arm. He got to the trail at the top, and he ran for 6 miles until he happened to run into a group of hikers. They gave him food and water, and they were totally alarmed by his condition, but they were happy to help him. They called 911, and medics arrived, and they saved Aaron's life. Following Aaron Ralston's incredible rescue, park rangers went back to the canyon to retrieve his arm. But in order to move that boulder, they had to bring out 13 park rangers, a hydraulic jack, a winch, and all this other heavy equipment. And even with all that, they were barely able to move it. And they later told Aaron, had you still been in place, there's no way we could have placed the equipment to move the rock without killing you in the process. So basically, he had to cut his arm off in order to get out of there. There was no other way out. And for Aaron, I'm sure that felt pretty good to hear. to know that he had made the absolute right, though brutal, decision. They took his arm, and they had it cremated, and they gave the ashes to Aaron. And Aaron, after having his cremated arm for a couple of days, decided, no, I need to put this where it belongs. And so Aaron went back out to the canyon where he had been trapped, and he scattered his own ashes over the boulder that had nearly killed him. In 2010, Aaron's ordeal was turned into a huge blockbuster movie called 127 Hours, where the actor James Franco plays Aaron Ralston. And it's an incredible movie, even though it's pretty hard to watch. Aaron Ralston himself has said that the movie, although it's a drama, is pretty much a documentary, because James Franco did an incredible job of portraying his emotions and what it was actually like to be trapped underneath that boulder for 5 days. On the evening of the 28th of October 2006, in a Florida city called Port Richey, a 37-year-old woman named Marika Weber walked in the front door of her home and called out a greeting to her mom. Her mom didn't call back, but Marika could hear her in the kitchen, moving around, making dinner. And so Marika walked over to say hello. But she only got about 2 feet into the family's very cramped and cluttered living room when one of their many cats came bombing into the room and nearly knocked Marika over as it ran past her. The cat ran up to the side of the wall and just stopped and stared intently at the baseboard like there was something there. Marika was totally annoyed by this cat. As she looked over at it, she knew exactly what it was doing. Lately, Marika had noticed that there were clearly rats in her family's home. She could hear them scurrying around in the ceilings and inside the walls all the time. And one of their cats was now clearly hunting one of these rats. This whole situation totally stressed Marika out. She'd actually recently begun taking anti-anxiety and antidepressant medication, largely because of this rat infestation and really just the fact that Marika hated living at her parents' home. But she didn't really have the financial means to go out and live in her own place, which she knew would solve the problem. And so she was just kind of stuck there. So Marika turned away from the cat and the rat that was likely behind the wall, and she made her way through the tight little living room into the kitchen. She gave her mom a quick hug, and she saw her dad was also in the room as well, and he said hello to her. Marika's mom offered her some food, but Marika said, "You know what? I'm not hungry. Thank you. I'm just tired. I'm going to go to bed." And so Marika again gave her mom a hug. She said goodnight to her dad, and then she turned, walked up the stairs, and made her way to her bedroom. She went inside and shut the door. The next morning, Marika's parents got up and they began making breakfast and getting ready for the day. But Marika did not come downstairs. The parents just assumed she must have left early for her job. Marika was a secretary at a waste disposal company. And so the parents just had their breakfast and they too went out for their jobs. And then in the evening, when the parents were back home, Marika did not come home at the time she normally would after work. But the parents were not actually that concerned right then. They figured, okay, well, maybe she left early this morning, and so she came home from work early, and we just kind of missed her on both ends. And that's why the door to her bedroom is shut. She's just come home early, and she's in there, and she wants to be left alone. After all, she was a 37-year-old woman. She probably wanted her space. But later that night, when the parents still had not even heard their daughter moving around up there, the mother went upstairs and knocked on Marika's bedroom door. But there was no answer. And so finally, Marika's mom opened the door. The room was totally empty. Now, at this point, the parents did start to get concerned. They were thinking, okay, well, we didn't see her this morning. We haven't seen her now. We don't know where she is. But again, their daughter was 37 years old. And if she wanted to go do something out of the house by herself and not tell anyone, she was kind of entitled to do that. And so the parents ultimately decided that they would just let this go for now and that in the morning they were sure they would see her. But the next morning, the parents still had not heard from Marika. She had not come home. And now they were officially starting to panic. In particular, the mother was worried that Marika might have been kidnapped or something, maybe going to or coming back from work. Because Marika was only 5'3" tall and maybe 100 pounds. She was really small. So Marika's mom called her other daughter, Gina, in a total panic, saying, your sister, she's missing. We don't know where she is. She might have gotten kidnapped. Come over and help us figure out what's going on. So Gina came over to the house. And when she came inside, she told her parents, let's just stay calm here. Marika is 37. I'm sure she's fine. Let's search the house and see if there's a note or something from Marika explaining where she is and what she's doing. So the family searched the whole house, starting with Marika's room. But they couldn't find anything that gave them any clues about what had happened to Marika. But they did eventually find Marika's purse, and it was still in her room. And when they opened it up, they saw her wallet was still inside. And so that sent up a huge red flag for the family. They were thinking, why would Marika go anywhere for an extended period of time without her wallet? That made no sense. And so at this point, the family did call the police, and they reported Marika missing. But the police got nowhere on the case. And so on November 9th, 12 days after Marika had said goodnight to her parents, gone up to her room, and then vanished, the family was at a total loss for what to do. But Gina, Marika's sister, had begun to think to herself, hey, it's possible that Marika, who was not doing well mentally, she was very unhappy, she was totally stressed out about this rat infestation, which really just highlighted the fact that she was stuck at home with her parents at 37 years old. Gina was thinking that it was totally possible that Marika had just abruptly run away. Or worse, maybe she had harmed herself. So on November 9th, Gina decided she would take one more pass through the family home and just see if she could find any little indication that would give away what was going through Marika's mind before she vanished. And where Gina started was in Marika's room. So Gina went upstairs, down the hall, she opened up her sister's bedroom door, and she walked inside. And you have to picture this space. It was totally cluttered, almost like a hoarder's space. There were piles of clothes that were taller than a person. I mean, this room was totally packed with stuff. But Gina took her time kind of walking through the room, looking everywhere, sifting through all the piles of junk and clothes and everything else in the room, and she couldn't find anything. But then at some point, her attention was drawn to her sister's bookshelf. And she looked over at it, and she thought she saw something odd, right in the middle of the shelf, down low. Now, Gina had a flashlight with her, and even though the light was on in the room, she still lifted up the flashlight and turned it on and shined it at this thing in the middle of the bookcase. And when she saw what it was, she screamed. Based on Gina's discovery, here is what happened to Marika Weber on the 28th of October 2006, the night she disappeared. That night, Marika had come home. She saw her mom and dad in the kitchen. She was offered food. She turned it down and said, I'm tired. I'm going to bed. She went upstairs. She went into her room, closed the door, and sat down on her bed. Then Marika grabbed a pill bottle that was next to her bed, which contained morphine and codeine, two very powerful painkillers. She popped a few of those, and then she rolled a marijuana joint and smoked that. And then she grabbed the TV remote and sat back on her bed, getting ready to zone out. But when she tried to turn on the TV, which was sitting on this bureau on the other side of the room, it didn't turn on. And right away, Marika knew that the TV had likely become unplugged. This was something that happened periodically. The room was so packed with stuff that sometimes when Marika was just navigating through her room, the stuff would bump into the bureau, and that would in turn jostle the plug loose from the wall socket. But the TV was actually not plugged in right behind where this bureau was. The TV was sitting on the bureau, but the plug ran down and kind of to the side of the bureau behind this huge bookshelf that was pressed right up against it. But this bookshelf was so loaded down with books and things that Marika had collected over the years that not only could you not really reach through the bookcase to the wall, but it was too heavy. You couldn't move the bookcase. And so the only way to access this plug from the TV was to climb on top of the bureau where the TV was and kind of reach back and down and grab the plug behind the bookcase and plug it back in. And so Marika, who was likely beginning to feel the effects of all the drugs she had taken, climbed on top of this bureau. And she reached back behind this 6-foot-tall bookcase, and she began trying to grab the plug, but it was just out of her reach. And so she leaned farther and farther and farther until she finally grabbed the plug. But just as she managed to plug it back into the wall, she slipped forward and fell headfirst into this tiny, narrow space between the back of the bookshelf and the wall. And she got pinned there, upside down. Now, we don't know why Marika didn't begin calling out for help immediately. Perhaps she was so under the influence of the drugs that she couldn't really process the situation and didn't know what she should do. Or maybe she was just embarrassed about the fact that she had somehow gotten herself trapped upside down behind her own bookcase. But either way, she didn't call out for help right away. And unfortunately, what happens when a human body is trapped upside down for long enough is all the blood rushes to the upper part of your body. The pressure builds, it causes your eyes eventually to pop out of your head. It feels like your head is going to explode. But the real problem is, all that blood pools around your lungs and restricts them, and it makes it really, really hard to breathe. And critically, if you can't take a big breath in, you can't project your voice loud enough to call out for help. And so, Marika did not call out for help during those first critical few moments she was trapped behind the bookcase. And then, when she realized she absolutely couldn't move, she no longer had the lung capacity to call out for help. And so, likely for 1 or maybe even 2 days, Marika remained trapped upside down behind this bookshelf. She was likely aware of her family coming in and out of her bedroom looking for her, but she was not able to vocalize. She could not get their attention. And so eventually, she died. Marika's family would later say that when they were looking for Marika in her bedroom while she was dying behind the bookcase, they did hear sounds. But they said the sounds were just like the rats that were running all over their house. And so they didn't know it was actually likely Marika moving around behind the bookcase, trying desperately to get their attention because she couldn't use her voice. And then after Marika died, her family did continue to go back into her room to look for her, and they began to smell something funny, which was Marika decomposing. But the family didn't know that, and they chalked it up to the fact that the room was really messy, and again, there were rats in the house. This was not a clean space. And so they just thought, okay, the smell can't be anything serious. It wasn't until November 9th, when Marika's sister Gina was back in Marika's bedroom, and she looked over at the bookcase, and she saw something strange. What she saw was her sister's foot sticking out from behind the bookcase. Gina couldn't really process it at first, so she got her flashlight out, she shined it on the foot, and when she scanned from the foot down into the darkness, she realized it was her sister. On the morning of the 25th of June 2007, a 28-year-old man named Mike Barnett woke up to the sound of pounding rain on the roof of his home, which was located in Hull, a city in northern England. Mike groaned as he rolled out of bed. It had been raining like this for the past month, and he and the rest of the people in Hull were just totally over it. But another reason he groaned is he knew that he would have to go to his job at a tropical fish store, even though he was not scheduled to work that day. There was a street right behind the tropical fish store that always, without fail, completely flooded out whenever it rained hard. All this debris would get washed down the street and clog up the drain. And the owner of the tropical fish store, Mike's boss, who was an elderly guy, he would always go out and try to clear the debris himself. And Mike just knew that his boss really needed help with it. And today, with this storm, he knew his boss would be out there. And so he just felt like it was his responsibility to go in and help him clear out the debris. So Mike got dressed, he had some breakfast, and then as quietly as he could, he slipped out the front door. Mike was careful not to make too much noise because he didn't want to wake his dad, who he lived with. Mike and his dad had always been very close, but after the recent death of Mike's mother, he and his father had become even closer. They actually really enjoyed living together. But Mike also knew that his dad was very protective of him and would very likely not like the idea of Mike going out in this horrible storm to go try to clear debris in a flooded-out street. It just sounded too dangerous. And Mike just didn't want to have that argument right now. And so he was able to slip out without waking up his dad. Mike hopped in his car and he drove to the fish store. And as soon as he got there, he hopped out. He went around to the backside of the shop, and sure enough, the entire street out back was totally flooded. Clearly, debris had blocked the drainage system again. Now, Mike's boss was not out there yet. Mike could see him inside the shop, kind of going about his morning routine. And so Mike, without even going inside to say hello, just began wading into the water to start clearing the debris. The drain that was clogged by all this debris was located just off to the side of the sidewalk. It was down in a culvert. And so Mike very carefully walked off that sidewalk into this very cold, muddy water, and he began moving in the direction of where he knew the drain was. And so as he's walking, the water is down to his ankles, then it's up to his knees. But he gets closer and closer to where he knows this drainage grate is, down in this culvert. And suddenly, Mike began feeling this unbelievable suction at his feet that began pulling him basically straight down. Mike tried to move, but his feet felt like they were anchored to the ground. And then before he knew what was happening, he began getting pulled forward towards the drain, and then down he went. And as he went all the way down up to his neck in the water, he felt this unbelievable searing pain in his thigh. Mike didn't know it, but his leg had been sucked through the drainage grate that was all blocked up. There were still some small holes in it. And so his leg had gone through one of those holes, and the force of the water had pulled him all the way up to the top of his thigh and brutally snapped his leg in the process. And so Mike is in blinding pain from his leg being shattered and run through this grate. And he's literally up to his neck in this frigid water. And the wind's blowing and it's raining and the dirty water is splashing in his mouth. And so Mike begins to panic and he's trying to pull himself out, but he can't. And then he begins screaming for help. At that moment, the owner of the fish store, who was still inside, looked out the window and he saw Mike flailing around in the water. And instinctively, the owner could tell just from the panicked look on Mike's face that whatever was happening to him was a serious emergency. And so the owner just picked up the phone and called the police. And after telling them what was happening, the owner ran out to Mike. When the first police officers arrived on the scene, Mike was still in the water up to his neck, and the shop owner was right there next to him trying to help. And the police officers, they assessed the situation in front of them, and they thought, okay, clearly this guy Mike is trapped in the water. This is serious, but we can probably just pull him out. That's the obvious solution here. And so the two officers walked up to Mike. They waded through the water and got on either side of him, kind of pushing the shop owner out of the way. And then the two officers grabbed Mike's shoulders. These are strong police officers. And they began pulling on Mike with all their strength. And as soon as they did, Mike let out this unbelievably loud scream of just pure agony. In fact, his scream was so guttural and full of pain that the two officers instinctively let go, kind of startled by it. And very quickly, these officers realized this situation was far worse than it appeared. Because not only was this guy totally stuck and he couldn't be moved, but, they're looking around and the rain is still coming down hard and it's clear the water is still slowly rising. And because Mike's own body was now situated over the grate, he himself was causing even more of a blockage, which was increasing how fast the street was flooding. This meant the officers knew they had to get Mike out as soon as possible or he was going to drown. But over the next several hours, more police officers, firefighters, EMTs, even Good Samaritans, everybody showed up on the scene. And there were so many attempts to get Mike out of the water. They ranged from trying to cut the grate, but the water was too muddy, so nobody could see through it to get a good position. And the force of the water was so strong that nobody could get the bolt cutters to clamp onto the actual grate. And then at one point, they even tied a winch around Mike and tried to pull him out with a Land Rover, but every single intervention failed. The rushing water that was pinning Mike to this grate was so strong, and Mike's pain in his shattered leg was so high, it made it nearly impossible to move him at all. And so finally, at the 4-hour mark that Mike had been trapped in this water, a decision was made amongst all the first responders. They were going to have to amputate his leg. So the police called a doctor who was willing to come to the scene and perform the leg amputation right there in the floodwater. And as all this was being arranged, Mike could sense something was up. He could tell it was not going well. And he began frantically asking the police and all the first responders, When are you going to get me out of here? When are you going to get me out of here? And they just kept telling him, soon, soon, Mike. Just hold on. It's going to be okay. Meanwhile, the owner of the shop at this point had called Mike's dad to tell him what was going on. And so as all these people were waiting for this doctor to show up to cut Mike's leg off, Mike's father arrived at the scene. He basically barreled through the crowd and started screaming, "I'll get my son out of here." But as soon as he saw his son, he was totally taken aback. Mike was up to his chin in water. There was a diver in the water behind him now, holding him up, just barely keeping his head above the rising flood. Mike's face was totally pale, and his eyes were completely unfocused. And he had this weird blank expression, like he wasn't even there anymore. And then a second later, a whole wall of police came running up to Mike's dad to stop him from getting any closer. And they told Mike's father that they were doing everything they could to try to get his son out. And for now, they told him, he just needed to go home. And so even though Mike's dad did not want to abandon his son, he could tell with all these police standing there in front of him, there was no way he was going to be able to get to his son. And so he turned around and headed back home without even getting to speak to Mike. And then when Mike's dad got home, he turned on the news. And the news was showing live coverage of his son trapped in that grate. And just a couple of minutes later, Mike's dad would watch his own son die live on the news. By the time that doctor arrived with the special saw to cut off Mike's leg, it was already too late. Mike had passed away from hypothermia. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya.
Our story begins back in 1986. Tom Hawks was a 39-year-old man, a father to 2 teenage boys. He'd been married before to the boys' mother, but that relationship had ended in divorce. He was living in Newport Beach, California, focused on his work and on raising his sons. One day, Tom and his boys were at a local chili cook-off, a classic neighborhood event. As he scanned the crowd, his eyes landed on a woman he'd never seen before. She was absolutely stunning, and Tom found himself just staring at her, completely captivated. He looked for so long that eventually she noticed him. She glanced up, met his gaze, and then gave a little smile, blushed, and looked away. Tom was instantly embarrassed. He'd been caught. But instead of just shrinking away, he had to go over and talk to her. And so Tom, who was this ruggedly handsome, muscular guy with a fantastic mustache, walked right across the lawn and introduced himself. The woman was all smiles. She told him her name was Jackie, that she was 29 years old, and that she was single. From that very first conversation, the two of them just clicked. They fell for each other hard and fast. A few years later, in 1989, they got married in front of 150 of their friends and family. It was a beautiful day, the start of a new life together. After the wedding, Jackie moved in with Tom and his 2 sons. And even though the boys had a mother who was still in their lives, they started calling Jackie Mom. It just felt natural. Jackie wasn't just living with them, she was completely devoted to them. She was kind, loving, and poured her heart into being a mother figure. There was a deeper reason for this. When Jackie was 22, she had been in a terrible motorcycle accident. The internal injuries she suffered were severe, and they left her unable to have children of her own. This had been a source of deep sadness for her, as it was something she had always dreamed of. So, when she had the chance to be a mother to Tom's boys, she embraced it with everything she had. And she was wonderful at it. The house was filled with warmth and love. Over the years, Tom and Jackie raised the 2 boys into fine young men. And then, in 2002, the time came for them to leave the nest. The boys were all grown up and ready to start their own lives. For any parent, this is a bittersweet moment. Tom and Jackie suddenly found themselves as empty nesters. So much of their lives for the past decade and a half had been centered around being parents. The house felt quiet and empty. But they had been planning for this day. For years, they had been carefully putting money aside. Their big dream, the one they talked about late at night, was to retire, buy a yacht, and spend their days sailing up and down the coasts of California and Mexico. Tom and Jackie were not wealthy people by any means. Tom had worked as a probation officer, a tough but not particularly high-paying job. But what they lacked in high income, they made up for in discipline. They were incredible savers. They lived frugally, always with their goal in mind. They saved almost every penny they could. And so, in 2002, with their sons out on their own, Tom and Jackie put their plan into action. They sold their house in Newport Beach. The money from the sale, combined with all their years of careful saving, gave them just enough to buy a small used yacht. It wasn't a glamorous multi-million-dollar vessel you see in movies. It was a bit beat up, in need of some love, but to them, it was perfect. They named it the Well-Deserved, a testament to all their years of hard work. They adored that boat. As soon as it was theirs, they moved all of their belongings on board. This wasn't just a boat, it was their new home. They spent the next few months meticulously cleaning, organizing, and upgrading every little thing they could within their budget. Tom was known for being incredibly neat and orderly, and he poured that energy into their new home. By the summer of that year, the yacht was beautiful. It was cozy and comfortable, and it had their personal touch everywhere you looked. It was a home. For the next 2 years, Tom and Jackie lived their dream. They sailed up and down the coast, from the sunny shores of California down to the vibrant waters of Mexico. They watched sunsets from the deck, they fished for their dinner, they drank cocktails together under the stars. They were truly happy, enjoying the retirement they had worked so hard for. Then, in 2004, they got some wonderful, unexpected news. One of their sons called to tell them that he and his partner were expecting a baby. Tom and Jackie were going to be grandparents for the first time. They were overjoyed. Especially Jackie. Remember, she had never been able to have her own biological children. The idea of being a grandmother, of getting to hold and love a new baby, filled her with a profound joy. And so, even though they were loving their life on the yacht, they made a big decision. They decided it was time to sell the Well-Deserved. They would take the money from the sale and buy a house on land again so they could be close to their son and their new grandbaby. Family was everything to them. In November of that year, they placed an ad in a fishing magazine to sell their yacht. They were asking for around $500,000. It wasn't long before they got a response. A young couple who said they had saved up some cash expressed serious interest and offered to buy it. Tom and Jackie were thrilled. This was happening so fast. They called their 2 sons to share the good news. They told them they had a buyer, the sale would be finalized in the next couple of days, and they'd be in touch soon after. The sons were happy for them and expected to hear from their parents any day. But a couple of days passed, and there was no call. Then, a few more days. The sons started calling Tom and Jackie, but their phones just rang and rang or went straight to voicemail. This was completely out of character. Tom and Jackie were always in constant contact with their family. They would never just go silent, especially not with such big news. As the silence stretched on, a sense of unease started to grow. When Tom's brother Jim heard what was going on, his instincts kicked in. Jim was a retired police chief, and he knew when something wasn't right. He got in his car and drove straight to Newport Beach. He thought maybe the sale hadn't gone through yet. Maybe Tom and Jackie were still on the yacht, and there was some simple explanation. Jim arrived at the Newport Beach harbor with a friend. They made their way to the dock where the Well-Deserved was moored. They walked down the floating platform, and there it was. As they got closer, it seemed like the boat was empty. There were no lights on, no sounds coming from inside. But as Jim stood there, looking at his brother's pride and joy, his trained eye started noticing little things that were wrong. He saw lines the ropes used to tie up the boat hanging messily over the side. They should have been neatly coiled and stowed away. Tom was incredibly meticulous about his boat. He would never, ever leave lines hanging like that. It was like seeing a perfectly made bed with pillows thrown on the floor. It was just wrong. Then Jim noticed a couple of tarps that were used to cover some of the control panels on the deck. They had been taken off, but just left in a pile instead of being put back on. Again, this was not something Tom or Jackie would do. They took pristine care of their boat. And then he saw some dirty towels hanging out of one of the portholes, the small round windows on the side of the hull. The overall impression was one of sloppiness, of carelessness, and that just wasn't Tom and Jackie. Jim and his friend came to a conclusion. The sale must have gone through. These new owners were clearly not as neat as his brother. That must be why the boat was a mess. So, Jim's main concern was still finding Tom and Jackie. He figured the new owners were the last people to see them. He pulled out one of his own business cards and wrote a note on the back. He explained that he was looking for the new owners because his brother and sister-in-law who had sold them the boat were now missing. He asked them to please call him, and he tucked the cards somewhere visible on the boat. Jim and his friend then left the dock and started to head out of the area, feeling frustrated and worried. But then Jim's cell phone rang. He looked at the screen. It was an unfamiliar number. He answered it. On the other end of the line was a young woman. She said her name was Jennifer De Leon. She told Jim that she and her husband had just bought the yacht and she had found his business card. She said that just like Jim, she and her husband were also trying to get in touch with the Hawks. Jennifer explained that after they took possession of the boat, they realized there were a few controls and switches they didn't know how to operate. They needed to ask Tom to explain how everything worked. She also said they had found some of Tom and Jackie's personal belongings, things that had been left behind in a couple of drawers. She wanted to return them. She sounded concerned and helpful. She told Jim, "I'm trying to get in touch with them and I can't." Jim asked Jennifer when she or her husband had last seen Tom and Jackie. She told him the last time was on November 15th when they had finalized the sale. She described a scene where she and her husband literally gave Tom and Jackie a suitcase full of cash. After the money and paperwork were exchanged, she said they watched Tom and Jackie get into their car and simply drive away. Jim asked her if she had any idea where they might have been going. Jennifer said they hadn't had many personal conversations with the Hawks. It was mostly business. But she did recall Tom mentioning that he and Jackie were planning to buy a house in a town in Mexico that bordered Arizona. Apparently, one of their sons lived in Arizona, the one who was about to have a baby, and they wanted to be close by. The story seemed plausible enough. It lined up with what the family knew about their plans. Jim thanked Jennifer for the information and asked her to call him immediately if she heard from them. Jennifer said the same thing back to him. "If you hear from them, please let me know. I really need to talk to them too." They hung up, and Jim was left with this uneasy feeling. Something still felt off. Then he remembered someone else who might have information. Her name was Patricia. For the past couple of years, while Tom and Jackie were out sailing, they knew they wouldn't always have good internet access to manage their finances. So they had hired Patricia, who was also a friend, to handle their bills, pay their taxes, and basically manage their money. Jim got her number and gave her a call. He asked Patricia if she had spoken to Tom or Jackie recently. She said no, she hadn't. Jim explained the whole situation, the sudden silence, the sale of the boat. Then he asked her a critical question. Had Tom or Jackie made a large deposit into any of their bank accounts recently, they should have just received nearly $500,000 in cash. Patricia checked their accounts right then and there. She came back to the phone and told Jim no. There have been no recent deposits at all. Now, Jim and Patricia were really confused. Why would Tom and Jackie, two of the most responsible and financially disciplined people they knew, be driving around with a suitcase full of cash and not deposit it immediately? It made absolutely no sense. After he hung up with Patricia, Jim's feeling of unease turned into a deep sense of dread. He knew he couldn't wait any longer. He called the Newport Beach Police Department and officially reported Tom and Jackie Hawks as missing. Once the missing persons report was filed, the Newport Beach Police started their investigation. The first thing they did was run a background check on the new owners of the yacht, the De Leons. They looked into the 5-year-old husband, Skylar De Leon. And right away, a major red flag went up. Skylar was a felon. He had a prior arrest and conviction for armed robbery and had even served time in prison for it. This immediately made the police suspicious. Skylar and his wife were the last known people to have seen the Hawks. Now, finding out the husband had a violent criminal past set off all sorts of alarm bells. So, the police sent a detective down to the dock to have a look around the yacht. The detective walked down the floating platform just as Jim had done and approached the well-deserved. From the outside, it was quiet. The detective peered through one of the windows, trying to get a look inside. And through the glass, they thought they saw what looked like a bloody handprint on one of the interior surfaces. That was more than enough to get a search warrant. Before long, the boat wasn't quiet anymore. It was swarming with police and forensic investigators, combing over every inch of the vessel. But it turned out to be a dead end. The bloody handprint was just a bit of rust that, from a distance, had looked like something sinister. The rest of the boat was searched from top to bottom, but they found nothing else of any evidentiary value. With no physical evidence from the boat, the police knew they had to talk to Skylar De Leon directly. They contacted him and told him he needed to come to the station to explain exactly what happened during his final interaction with the Hawks. Skylar agreed and came in. He seemed totally cooperative. He sat down with detectives and told them his story. He said he saw the ad for the yacht in a fishing magazine and contacted Tom Hawks. They met up and took the boat out for a sea trial, which is like a test drive for a big time in boat. Skylar told the detectives that during the trial, he told Tom he liked the boat and wanted to buy it. He then described the final meeting on November 15th. He said he, his pregnant wife Jennifer, and their young daughter went to the parking lot near the dock. He also brought along a notary to handle the paperwork and another friend who was just there as a witness. He said Tom and Jackie Hawks showed up and the De Leons handed them a suitcase full of cash. He said Tom and Jackie then signed the sales documents with the notary, officially transferring ownership of the boat. After that, Skylar said Tom and Jackie took their money, got into their SUV, and drove away, presumably heading for Mexico. The police asked Skylar the obvious question. How could a 5-year-old guy afford a $500,000 yacht in cash? Skylar's first explanation was a bit strange. He claimed that back in the 1990s, he was a child actor. He said he was an extra on the popular TV show Power Rangers and had made a lot of money, which he had saved all these years. But as he was telling this story, he suddenly stopped himself. He looked at the detectives and said, "You know what? That's not really the truth." He then proceeded to tell them a completely different and much more shocking story. He said the real reason he had the money was because he had stolen it. He confessed that the armed robbery he was convicted of was against a drug kingpin. He said that before he got arrested and sent to prison, he had managed to hide all the stolen money. After he served his time and got out, he went back to his hiding spot and retrieved it. But the money was stolen, drug money, so it was hot. He couldn't just start spending it. He needed a way to launder it, to make it look legitimate. And that, he said, was why he was buying the yacht. His plan was to use the dirty cash to buy the boat, which would effectively turn the cash into an asset. Then he would sell the yacht and get clean money in return. The detectives listening to this were stunned. Skylar De Leon had just walked into a police station and confessed to a major federal crime, money laundering. It was a bizarre turn of events, but the police made a strategic decision. They told Skylar that because he was being so open and helpful with their missing persons investigation, they weren't going to charge him with money laundering. They wanted to keep him talking. So they let him go. After Skylar left, the police brought in the other people who were supposedly there for the final sale. They interviewed his wife Jennifer, the notary, and the friend who was there as a witness. They asked all three of them to describe what happened. And they all told the exact same story. The meeting in the parking lot, the suitcase of cash, the paperwork being signed, and Tom and Jackie driving off. The only small difference in their stories was about Tom and Jackie's demeanor. Skylar had said Tom seemed anxious and paranoid about carrying so much cash. But the notary said that, to her, Tom and Jackie seemed completely normal and happy. With four people all telling a consistent story, the police felt like they had hit a wall. They had no body, no crime scene, and a plausible story about the Hawks taking their money and leaving the country. They decided to go to the media for help. They released a bulletin with pictures of Tom and Jackie and their SUV, asking the public to come forward with any information. And it worked. A few days later, a call came in from an older couple living in Mexico. They told the police that the Hawks SUV was parked on the street right across from their house. Mexican and American authorities rushed to the location. They approached the house where the SUV was parked, half expecting to find Tom and Jackie inside. But when they knocked on the door, a man answered who they didn't recognize. The police asked him about the SUV parked outside. The man said, "Oh, that's my friend's car." They asked if his friend's name was Tom or Jackie Hawks. The man looked confused and said, "No, who's that?" "The car belongs to my friend, Skylar De Leon." This was the moment everything changed. This was the piece that shattered Skylar's story. He had told police point blank that the last time he saw the Hawks, they were driving away in that very SUV. But clearly, that wasn't true. Somehow, after they supposedly drove off to Mexico, Skylar had gotten possession of their car and had given it to a friend. The police in Newport Beach now had what they needed. They used Skylar's on-camera confession to money laundering as the basis for an arrest warrant. They brought him in, and with him now in custody, they obtained a warrant to search his home. Inside the house he shared with Jennifer, they found a trove of items belonging to the Hawks. They found their laptops, their video cameras, and other personal effects, things that a couple starting a new life would never have just left behind. Despite this mountain of evidence connecting him to the Hawks' disappearance, Skylar maintained his innocence. He insisted it was all just a big misunderstanding. And while he was in jail being grilled by detectives, his wife Jennifer was out in public doing the same thing. She was even going on television talk shows proclaiming her husband's innocence and saying this was all a huge mistake. She claimed they were just as worried about Tom and Jackie as everyone else. But the police weren't buying it. They knew Skylar was hiding something big. The problem was, he wasn't talking. So, they decided to change tactics. They went back to the other two witnesses from that supposed final sale, the notary and the friend. They brought the notary, a woman named Kathleen Harris, back in for questioning. Kathleen had a clean record and a long, successful career as a notary. She sat down, and the police asked her again to describe her final interaction with Tom and Jackie. She repeated the same story. They came, they signed, they took the cash, they left. But this time, the police pressed her. They questioned every single detail, poking holes in her story, applying intense pressure. And finally, under the weight of it, Kathleen broke. She confessed that she had lied. She told them she had never even met Tom and Jackie Hawks. She said Skylar De Leon had paid her cash up front to backdate sales documents that had already been signed by someone else. She had no idea what had actually happened to the missing couple. Next, the police went and found the other witness, the friend. His name was Alonzo Mason. They brought him into an interrogation room and asked him the same questions. At first, Alonzo stuck to the script. He repeated the story about the cash, the SUV, and the drive to Mexico. But the police stopped him mid-sentence. They told him they had just spoken to the notary and she had admitted the entire thing was a fabrication. They told Alonzo they knew he was lying. As soon as he was caught, Alonzo clammed up. He clearly did not want to say another word. The police knew this was their chance to break the case wide open. They made a deal with him. They told Alonzo that if he told them everything he knew about what happened to Tom and Jackie, they would make sure he received a heavily reduced sentence. And so, Alonzo agreed to talk. And the story he told was a waking nightmare. Alonzo was a young, impressionable guy in his early 20s. He worked as a jailer, and that's where he had met Skylar De Leon back when Skylar was serving time for armed robbery. After Skylar got out, the two of them somehow stayed in touch and became friends. In November of 2004, Skylar pulled Alonzo aside and told him a wild story. He confessed to Alonzo that he was secretly an international assassin. He claimed that people paid him to kill other people, but only bad people. And then he told Alonzo he had a new contract on two very bad people, Tom and Jackie Hawks. He said he needed help to carry out the job, and if Alonzo helped him, he would give him $1 million. Alonzo, for whatever reason, believed him and agreed to help. So, on November 15th, the story Alonzo told was very different from the one police had heard before. Skylar, Alonzo, and a third man Skylar had recruited, a big, intimidating gang member named John Kennedy, all went to the dock parking lot. They weren't there to finalize a sale. They were there to meet Tom and Jackie for a sea trial. But when Tom and Jackie arrived, Tom's instincts kicked in. Tom had been a probation officer for years. He was used to sizing people up, and he immediately got a bad feeling from these three men. He started to get apprehensive about getting on a small boat with them in the middle of the ocean. He even started talking about maybe rescheduling, saying that today wasn't a good day. Skylar saw that he was about to lose them. He knew Tom and Jackie were uneasy. So he said, "Hey, hold on a minute. I'm just going to step aside and make a quick phone call." Skylar called his wife Jennifer, who was waiting nearby. A few minutes later, Jennifer pulled into the parking lot. She was holding their 1-year-old baby girl. As soon as she walked over to the group, the entire dynamic changed. Jackie saw the baby and her face lit up. She immediately wanted to hold the baby, and she thought Jennifer was so sweet and lovely. Jackie's guard came down completely. Tom saw how at ease his wife was, and he started to loosen up too. Before long, Tom was telling Skylar, "You know what? Today is fine. Let's go do the sea trial." It was a trap, and they had just walked right into it. The group started making their way to the yacht. But just as they were about to board, Jennifer said, "Oh, I can't go. The baby is getting fussy. I need to take her home. I'll see you guys when you get back." By this point, Tom and Jackie had already mentally committed. Even if a little bit of apprehension returned now that they would be alone with the three men, they put their trust in the De Leons. They got on board the well-deserved with Skylar, Alonzo, and John Kennedy. Tom, being the experienced boater, took the helm and started piloting them out toward open water. After they were far from shore, with no other boats or land in sight, Skylar and John Kennedy approached Tom. They said they wanted to show him something down in the lower level of the boat. So Tom went with them down the stairs and into the bedroom. While they were down there, Jackie and Alonzo were up in the galley, the boat's kitchen, which was located directly above the bedroom. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted from below. Banging, shouting. Jackie heard it, but Alonzo knew exactly what it was. It was the sound of Skylar and John attacking Tom. This was his cue. Alonzo lunged at Jackie. Before she could even process what was happening, he had thrown her to the ground, wrenched her hands behind her back, and snapped a pair of handcuffs on her wrists. As soon as Jackie was subdued, Skylar and John came back up the stairs. Tom wasn't with them. They grabbed Jackie and forced her down into the bedroom. There, she saw her husband. Tom was also in handcuffs, lying on his back on the bed. They threw Jackie onto the bed next to him. Jackie immediately turned to Skylar, her voice filled with confusion and terror. She said, "Why are you doing this to us?" "We just met your wife. I just held your baby." "Why?" "All we want to do is go back to land and be with our children and our new grandchild." "Please!" But Skylar showed no emotion. He just turned to Alonzo and ordered him to put duct tape over both of their mouths and their eyes. While Alonzo did that, Skylar went back upstairs to pilot the boat further out, heading for the deepest part of the ocean he could find. Down in the bedroom, Alonzo remembered looking over at Tom and Jackie. Even in this horrific situation, Tom was trying to comfort his wife. He had managed to move his cuffed hand just enough to be able to stroke Jackie's hand. He was murmuring to her through the tape on his mouth, trying to tell her it was going to be okay, that no matter what happened, they would be together. Eventually, the boat's engines cut out. They had arrived at their destination. Skylar called down to John and Alonzo and told them to bring Tom and Jackie up onto the deck. They marched the couple up the stairs and out into the open air. There, on the deck of their own boat, Skylar forced them to sign the sales documents for the yacht. He also made them sign additional paperwork that gave him power of attorney, giving him access to all their bank accounts. As they were signing, Jackie did something remarkable. On one of the signature lines, she intentionally misspelled her last name. She wrote Hawk instead of Hawks, leaving off the S. It was a small act of defiance, a message to the future that she had signed these papers under duress. After the documents were signed, the three men led Tom and Jackie to the back of the boat. Skylar then turned to Alonzo and said, loud enough for Tom and Jackie to hear, "Go to the front of the boat and get the anchor." In that moment, Tom and Jackie knew exactly what was about to happen. Jackie began pleading for their lives again, begging them to let them go, to let them see their grandchild. Tom, in a final surge of adrenaline, managed to shake free from John's grip and kicked Skylar hard in the groin. But John immediately jumped on Tom and Jackie, subduing them both. He then positioned them so they were sitting on the deck, back to back, their handcuffs linked together. Just then, Alonzo returned, dragging the heavy boat anchor behind him. He dropped it on the deck next to Tom and Jackie. Skylar then picked up the long anchor chain. He found the very end of the chain, the part not attached to the anchor, and he reached down and connected it to the handcuffs that bound Tom and Jackie together. Once he was sure it was secure, Skylar stood up, walked over to the anchor, and with a grunt of effort, he lifted it and heaved it over the side of the boat. As soon as the heavy anchor hit the water, all Tom and Jackie would have heard was the horrifying sound of the loose chain being violently ripped off the deck and pulled down into the dark water. The chain scraped and ground against the wooden railing of the boat until finally it pulled taut. In an instant, it yanked Tom and Jackie across the deck towards the side. Alonzo would later say that when this happened, Jackie's head slammed against the inside of the boat's railing with a loud, sickening crack. And then Skylar, Alonzo, and John just stood there and watched. They watched as Tom and Jackie desperately fought against the immense weight pulling them into the ocean. Tom tried to grab on to anything he could, trying to hold himself and his wife on the boat. But the weight of the anchor, combined with the rocking of the boat on the waves, was just too much. Slowly, agonizingly, Tom and Jackie were pulled up over the railing and into the water. They were fully alive, fully conscious, as they began their terrifyingly fast descent to the bottom of the ocean, 3,500 feet below. Alonzo told the police that as soon as Tom and Jackie disappeared beneath the waves, Skylar let out a loud woohoo. He ran to the edge of the boat and stared down into the water where they had vanished, grinning and laughing like a giddy child. When the last of the bubbles disappeared and the water went calm, Skylar just laughed again, turned around, and walked back to the cockpit to pilot the boat back to shore. And Jennifer, though she wasn't on the boat, was just as guilty. It turns out the entire scheme was her idea. She wanted more money, and this was how she planned to get it. When she showed up in the parking lot with her baby, it was a calculated act of manipulation designed to lure Tom and Jackie into the trap. She knew exactly what was going to happen to them. In fact, while Skylar was out on the boat, before, during, and after the murders, he was on the phone with her, giving her updates and getting her advice on what to do next. Perhaps one of the most chilling details of this case came from the video camera police found in Skylar and Jennifer's house. It was Tom and Jackie's camera. They had used it for the past 2 years to document their happy travels on the Well-Deserved. When the police played the tape that was inside, it began with footage shot by Jackie. She was filming the inside of their beloved boat, talking about how sad she was that this would be one of their last times on it. But she also talked about how happy she and Tom were, how they had found good buyers who would take care of their home, and how excited they were for their future, for their new grandbaby. And then, suddenly, the footage cuts. The image of Jackie's hopeful face is gone. It jumps to new footage showing Skylar and Jennifer at Thanksgiving dinner just days after the murders. They are playing with their daughter, laughing, having a wonderful time. They had taken the camera from the people they had just murdered in the most brutal way imaginable and simply recorded over their memories as if they didn't exist. They truly felt nothing. In the end, Alonzo Mason was sentenced to 20 years in prison. His sentence would have been much harsher, but because he cooperated and provided every detail of the horrific crime, the prosecution upheld their deal for a reduced sentence. Jennifer DeLeon was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. And for their roles as the masterminds and key perpetrators of this unspeakably cruel act, John Kennedy and Skylar DeLeon were both sentenced to death. Tom and Jackie Hawks were good, loving people who had worked their entire lives to achieve their dream. They were cheated out of their future, out of the chance to meet their grandchild, by a group of people who saw them not as human beings, but as an obstacle to a boat and some money. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya.
When you think of Russia, your thoughts most likely go to the major cities that are located on the western edge of the country, which is the region of the country that is geographically located in Europe. You may visualize the onion domes that are so famous in Moscow or the streets of St. Petersburg, which are so historically significant. That is correct, by the way. The majority of the population are located there, and the majority of the historical events that we read about took place there. On the other hand, the portion of Russia known as European Russia accounts for only roughly 23% of the overall area of the country. A vast, untamed, and frequently cruel swath of territory that extends all the way to the Pacific Ocean makes up the remaining 77% of the land of the United States. A region known as Siberia is located here. An understatement would be to suggest that Siberia is a landmass. The vastness of this globe, which is comprised of lush woods, towering mountain ranges, and icy tundra, is approximately 50 times larger than the entirety of the United Kingdom. Extremism is the word that best defines what is going on here. One of the most difficult obstacles to overcome is the weather. Over the course of a whole year, the average temperature across the entirety of Siberia is consistently rather close to freezing. Because it can reach temperatures that are unfathomable throughout the winter, it is considered to be one of the coldest spots on the globe where people live. Moreover, the weather is not the only thing that is attempting to take your life. Just as daunting is the wildlife that can be found in Siberia. The grizzly bears that are found in North America are of the same species as the enormous brown bears that you have. Gray wolves can be found in packs, and some of them can grow to reach almost 200 pounds in weight, making them dwarf any other wolves you could encounter in other places. And then there is the Siberian tiger, which is a predator that is both extremely intelligent and extremely powerful. One of the few creatures on Earth that has been documented to intentionally hunt humans, sometimes even for vengeance, these tigers are among the few that have been known to do so. There is a well-known tale that dates back to 1997 about a hunter who accidentally shot and injured a Siberian tiger. This tiger did not pass away. As an alternative, it followed the hunter all the way back to his cabin, waited for him to emerge from the building, and then proceeded to murder and consume him. As you might have guessed, the number of people who choose to reside in Siberia is relatively low. Given the enormous extent of the area, the population is extremely small. On the other hand, for a particular category of individuals, the very same traits that scare away the majority of people are the precise things that attract them. Siberia is one of the few truly wild areas on Earth, and it is a final frontier that needs to be experienced by those who are interested in taking on new challenges and traveling. Additionally, a young man from the United States by the name of Colin Madsen was one of these daring individuals. Growing up in Missouri, Colin was a member of a family that was both prosperous and caring. Since he was a little boy, he had a deep fascination with the natural world. He enjoyed going on hikes, camping, and simply being outside in the greenery. When he was younger, he began reading about Siberia at some time in his life. After looking at photographs of its wild and unspoiled beauty, he became utterly enthralled by the place. What he was interested in was not merely a passing curiosity. In the depths of it, he dove. He started learning about the history of Russia and Siberia, and he even taught himself how to speak Russian well. It wasn't enough for him to simply travel to Siberia. He wanted to live there and completely submerge himself in the culture. Furthermore, in the year 2013, when Colin was 22 years old, he was able to turn his desire into success. Irkutsk, which is located in the middle of the world, became his new home after he packed his belongings, said his goodbyes to his family in Missouri, and went there. Irkutsk is one of the few large population concentrations in the southeast region of Siberia, and it is situated directly on the shore of Lake Baikal. The natural wonder that is Lake Baikal is, in and of itself, it is the freshwater lake that is both the oldest and the deepest in the world. It is so deep and clear that in certain areas you can see more than 100 feet below the surface. The idea that Colin had for his new life in Siberia was straightforward but nonetheless grandiose. In order to further his education, he would enroll in a university, and in his leisure time, he would spend it exploring the wilderness that he had fantasized about for such a long time. Moreover, over a period of time, everything proceeded precisely in accordance with that plan. As soon as he was accepted into the local branch of Moscow State Linguistic University in Irkutsk, he was able to immediately form a group of friends who shared his enthusiasm for the great outdoors. It was a group of individuals who, just like him, were anxious to explore the immense wilderness that was Siberia. The life that Colin had always desired was the life that he had from the time he came in 2013 until the year 2016. Not only did he excel in his academic pursuits, but he also enthusiastically spent endless weekends and holidays going on hikes and camping in the mountains and forests that encircled Lake Baikal. In addition, he was not only a tourist who went hiking for fun. After gaining such a deep understanding of the area and becoming proficient in negotiating its difficult terrain, he decided to begin working for a local group that was dedicated to charitable causes. Their objective was to establish and label new hiking paths so that others might enjoy them in a secure environment. As a result, Colin was essentially venturing into undiscovered area, so paving the way for new routes through the Siberian wilderness. In a setting where there was very little room for error, he was a knowledgeable individual who was regarded for his abilities and his composed approach to surviving in the environment. Because of this, when his family received the news in 2016 about what had occurred to him, it was something that they simply were unable to comprehend. In the month of March, in the year 2016, Colin and three of his closest hiking companions came to the conclusion that it was time for new adventures. As well as being an American, one of the pals was also Russian, and the other two were American. In the same way as Colin was, all of them were seasoned outdoor enthusiasts. Following the examination of maps, they settled on a destination, which turned out to be the peak of a mountain that was referred to as Love Peak. They were a few hours' drive away from their home base in Irkutsk, which was located in a little settlement named Arshan. Love Peak was located there. Now, when compared to other hikes in Siberia, this one was not particularly challenging at all. There were some steep sections on the trail that led up to the peak, but it was fairly well defined and had been walked quite a bit. Every single one of the four men, including Colin, had hiked it on multiple occasions in the past. It was a trip that was both familiar and reasonably risk-free. Being seasoned hikers in Siberia, however, meant that they were aware of one thing above all others. You should never show disrespect to the natural environment. Without proper preparation, even the most straightforward hike could turn out to be fatal. Anywhere could be a potential danger. As a result, they were very serious about their preparations. In order to rent a tiny rustic cabin at the foot of the mountain, the intention was to drive to Arshan and make the trip there. Using this cottage as their base camp would be their plan. Before beginning their ascent early the following morning, it would provide them with a location to get themselves organized, check their equipment, and get a full night's sleep the night before. Therefore, they made a reservation in advance for one of the cute tiny cabins that were tucked away in the woods and were located close to the trailhead. A few days later, on the morning of March 27th, Colin and his three friends began the journey to the village of Arshan by embarking on a westbound journey from Irkutsk. They packed their car with all of their equipment and supplies and began their journey. Upon their arrival, they made a brief detour at a nearby store to purchase some water and food for the last minute, and then they proceeded to make their way to the cabin that they had leased. Exactly as they had anticipated, it was a straightforward location. It was essentially a single room with a few beds, which was just enough to provide refuge from the chilly environmental conditions of Siberia. Inside, there was no plumbing available. In the event that you required the use of the restroom, there was a modest outhouse located a short distance away from the cabin. The four companions made themselves comfortable, claimed their mattresses, and immediately began arranging their belongings in preparation for the hike that would take place the next day. They continued to converse, eat, and simply take pleasure in each other's presence as they sat around. The atmosphere was upbeat and full of excitement for the ascent that was still to come. They came to a conclusion regarding their strategy, which stated that they would get up at 5 in the morning to complete their last preparations, with the intention of getting on the route and climbing to the summit of Love Peak no later than 7 o'clock. They were well aware that in order to make that happen, they needed to get some rest. Therefore, at 2 in the morning, they ensured that the lights in the cabin were turned out, and then all four of their companions went to bed. It was precisely 5 o'clock in the morning when the alarms went off, which was 3 hours later. At that moment, one of the companions reached over and turned on the light in the cabin. And at that particular moment, it was manifestly obvious that something was extremely, extremely wrong. He was not in his bed at the time. It was not until later that there was a feeling of panic. After looking over at his vacant bed, the other three buddies noticed that all of his personal possessions were still at the location where they had been left. All of his belongings, including his bag, his hiking gear, his wallet, and his phone, were arranged in an orderly fashion exactly where he had left them the previous evening. It was the first and most reasonable assumption that he must have gotten up a little bit earlier than usual and sneaked out of the cabin in a stealthy manner. It is possible that he needed to use the outhouse, or it is also possible that he simply desired to go outdoors and take a breath of fresh air. It was their assumption that he had simply been quiet in order to avoid waking them up and that he would return at any moment. As a result, the three buddies began to get ready for the day, disregarding Colin's absence from these preparations. They anticipated that he would return at any moment and go back through the door. Despite the fact that he had gone for a little walk before morning in order to stretch his legs, he was aware of the plan. He had a strict adherence to the plans. Without a doubt, he would return by 7 o'clock, which was the time that they had agreed upon for their departure. However, as the minutes ticked by steadily, a feeling of dread started to make its way into the room. There was a passing of 5:30. Then it is 6 o'clock. Next, it is 6:30. Colin has not been seen or heard from since. It was not a phone call. He had not sent a text message. Just now, he had disappeared. Concerns began to arise among the friends. Colin's behavior was utterly out of character in this regard. It was he who was accountable, the one who was an adept navigator. Without informing anyone of his intended destination, he would not just disappear into the night in the middle of the Siberian wilderness without a known destination. In no way did it make any sense at all. 7 o'clock in the morning, which was the time that they had agreed to leave, Colin was still absent. With the passage of time, the original feeling of worry had developed into a full-blown concern. The region immediately surrounding the cabin was the subject of a speedy search that his friends conducted. They inquired about his name. The outhouse was examined once more by them. As the frost covered the ground, they searched for any footprints that might have been left behind. And still, they discovered nothing. It appeared as though he had simply exited the cabin and vanished from existence. It was as if he had passed away. They were aware that they needed to seek assistance at that point. Simply waiting around was no longer an option for them. A brief message was written by them before they left, and it was affixed to the front door of the cabin for safekeeping. The sender of the message was Colin. The note read something along the lines of, "If you come back and see this, we've gone to get help. We're looking for you. Please stay here or let someone know you're safe." After posting the note, the three friends left the cabin and went straight to the nearest police station in Arshan to let them know that their friend was missing. It was taken quite seriously by the local police department. Unusual was the disappearance of a young and experienced American outdoorsman who had been out in the wilderness. Almost immediately, they started a comprehensive search operation. An enormous search area was conducted, which encompassed the thick forest that surrounded the settlement of Arshan and extended all the way up the slopes of Love Peak itself. There were scores of local volunteers, including some individuals from the group that Colin had worked with in the past, who participated in the massive effort that was undertaken by law enforcement authorities, professional rescue teams, and other volunteers. Every single one of them was really worried since they were aware of how skilled he was. When Colin's family returned to the United States, they were confronted with the phone call that every parent dreads receiving. It was reported to them that their son had gone missing in Siberia. In response, they expressed complete and utter astonishment. A Colin? Is it lost? It appeared to be impossible. It turned out to be the young man who had spent years researching the environment in question. The individual in question was not a careless traveler who strayed off the path. It was almost as if he was an expert in the area. They made frantic efforts to obtain information, but in light of the fact that they were located thousands of miles away, they felt absolutely useless. They had no choice except to wait, hope, and pray for a solution. The search went on, day after day, without stopping. Due to the extreme weather conditions, which included freezing winds and snow on occasion, the search conditions were considered to be challenging and risky. In the Siberian wilderness, the expanse of the forest seemed intimidating. Out there, it is possible for a person to vanish without ever being located. The hope of discovering Colin alive began to dwindle as the days continued to pass, with one day turning into 2, then 3, and finally ending up being a full week. In the end, a breakthrough occurred on Monday, April 4th, which was 8 full days after Colin had vanished from the cabin over the previous week. Around 1 mile distant from the cabin, a group of people were searching through a part of forest while looking for the missing person. It was a heavily populated and challenging location to get through. A little clearing appeared in front of them as they made their way through the dense underbrush and the trees that were blocking their path. And in the midst of that expansive clearing, they caught sight of something. It was, as the search party got closer, that they realized their worst fears were correct. Yes, it was Colin. And it was too late for him. In the middle of the clearing, he was discovered lying on his back in a flat position. An odd, almost posed stance was arranged on his body, and it was quite peculiar. His right arm was also extended, but it was bent slightly and brought closer to his body. His left arm was stretched out straight to his side, and his right arm was also extended. At the same time, he had both of his palms gripped into a firm, tight fist. After conducting a more thorough investigation, the first responders discovered a number of unsettling details. On both of his wrists and on both of his hands, there were wounds and abrasions that were clearly evident. The pattern of these injuries appeared to be what a medical examiner would refer to as restraint marks. It appeared as though someone or something had been holding him down with a great deal of force. On the front of his neck, there were also scrapes and abrasions that were present. His attire, which included a thermal shirt with long sleeves, heavy-duty hiking pants, and his robust hiking boots, was ripped and torn in multiple places, which indicated that he had been involved in a violent conflict. In addition to that, there was a peculiar and insignificant information that would turn out to be of great importance. No socks were on Colin's feet at the time. Inside his hiking boots, which were tightly knotted, he was wearing his bare feet. Despite the fact that this may appear to be a trivial matter, for everyone who knew Colin, it was a significant warning sign. A substantial amount of scar tissue was left behind on Colin's ankles as a result of the procedures that he had previously undergone on both of them. It was something that he had mentioned to his friends and family on numerous occasions that if he did not wear thick socks, the scar tissue would scrape against the inside of his boots, causing him to experience excruciating discomfort. Never in his life did he go trekking without his socks on. He adhered to this norm in his daily life. Nevertheless, the state of the body was the aspect that the medical staff who initially inspected it found to be the most puzzling. It is reasonable to anticipate that a body would exhibit substantial signs of decomposition after being exposed to the environment and the animals for a period of 8 days in the remote regions of Siberia. Colin's body, on the other hand, exhibited hardly none. According to the remarks of one official, all of his wounds, including the cuts and abrasions on his wrists and neck, appeared to be fresh. It appeared as if the struggle and his death had occurred no more than a few moments ago. To put it succinctly, the scene did not give the impression that the person had become disoriented and had given in to the elements. It seemed as though the individual had lately been involved in a serious physical altercation, one that he had been unsuccessful in winning. The scene appeared to be that of a homicide. The Russian authorities proceeded with a stunning speed to shut the case, despite the fact that there was a lot of evidence that was both bizarre and persuasive. Their first hypothesis, which swiftly evolved into their official conclusion, was that all 3 of Colin's buddies had to have been involved in the crime. However, the friends were brought in for further interrogation, and they all denied having any involvement with Colin's death. Additionally, they all volunteered to take lie detector tests, which they all passed after they were given the opportunity to do so. It appeared as though the Russian authorities had lost interest in any other possible instances of foul play now that their major suspects had been implicated. Rapidly, they came to an agreement on a conclusive and formal answer. As a result, they came to the conclusion that Colin must have been under the influence of drugs, alcohol, or both. During this changed state, they asserted that he must have wandered out of the cabin in a state of disorientation, become disoriented in the woods, and ultimately succumbed to hypothermia. It was determined that the case was closed. He died of a frozen state. The story has come to an end. The answer that was provided to Colin's parents was not only unsatisfactory, but it was also an insult to their son's memory. They were familiar with Colin. He was not a person who acted recklessly. It was not true that he was a drug user. Furthermore, he was an absolute master when it came to getting around in that particular region of Siberia. The concept that he would simply wander off and become so hopelessly lost that he would die of exposure a mile away from his cabin appeared to be totally absurd. The official account did not make sense, and there were an excessive number of questions that remained unresolved. All of the evidence, including the clenched fists, the restraining marks, the missing socks, the wounds that appeared to be new, and the absence of decomposition, did not fit into the straightforward story of a guy who died from freezing to death. Because they were unwilling to accept the official decision, Colin's parents made the decision to take matters into their own hands. They had the knowledge that they required an impartial and objective opinion. Therefore, they decided to use a private forensic laboratory that is situated in the United States and has a stellar reputation. They arranged for all of the material from the Russian autopsy, including the reports, the photographs, and the findings of the toxicological test, to be delivered to this laboratory for a comprehensive examination. Whether the conclusion reached by the Russians was correct, or whether something far more ominous had occurred to their son, they were interested in being informed. The American laboratory started its investigation, and it didn't take them long to discover significant flaws in the official position taken by the Russian government. As a matter of fact, their discoveries entirely disassembled it, each component by component. The toxicological report was the first thing that they looked at. The Russian authorities had proposed the idea that Colin was either under the influence of alcohol or drugs. After doing an analysis of the toxicology data, the laboratory in the United States came to the conclusion that this is unquestionably not true. Colin was not under the effect of alcohol at any point in it. When he was sober, an extremely minute and insignificant quantity of THC, which is the psychoactive component of marijuana, was discovered in his urine. On the other hand, the level was so low that it suggested that he had probably consumed it quite a few days, if not a week, or perhaps more, before to his disappearance. It is quite unlikely that it would have had any kind of psychotropic impact on him on the night that he goes missing. This discovery was in direct and total opposition to the fundamental tenet of the hypothesis that the Russian police had been using. Second, the laboratory investigated the root of the death. The official diagnosis was hypothermia as the cause of death. But the forensic pathologists from the United States arrived at a different conclusion. According to the evidence that was found in the photographs taken during the autopsy, particularly the abrasions that were found on his neck, as well as other internal markers, they came to the conclusion that Colin did not die as a result of being exposed to the cold. All of the signals, on the other hand, pointed to a considerably more violent conclusion. Based on their findings, they concluded that suffocation was the most likely cause of death. He was the victim of a homicide. Until the moment he passed away, his capacity to breathe was severely restricted because someone had either suffocated him or crushed his airway. This brings us to the third and possibly most disturbing point. The laboratory examined the condition of Colin's body when it was discovered. It was corroborated by them that the initial responders had noticed the nearly complete absence of decomposition, the freshness of the injuries, and the fact that his body had not been touched by any animals that were foraging for food, which is quite unusual for a body that has been left in the woods for more than a week. In light of this information, they came to a conclusion that was shocking. It indicated that Colin had not passed away on the night that he could not be found. It indicated that he had been alive for the majority of the 8 days that hundreds of people had been searching for him, if not all of them simultaneously. The evidence strongly suggested that he had died within a very short time, most likely just a few hours before his body was discovered in that area on April 4th. This was the conclusion that was reached by using the evidence. These fresh discoveries from the American laboratory revealed a horrifying and devastating new picture of what must have occurred to Colin Madsen because of his circumstances. The situation was not one in which a hiker became disoriented. This was a case of kidnapping and murdering the victim. Consequently, let us make an effort to reconstruct the events by using this new evidence that is more exact. On March 28, between the hours of 2 and 5 in the morning, Colin awoke. This occurred somewhere in the pre-dawn hours of the day. He climbed out of his bed in a stealthy manner and exited the cabin. Utilizing the outhouse, which was located a short distance away, would be the most reasonable explanation for this behavior. His attire was not appropriate for a hike. Neither of his belongings were taken by him. Even his socks were not put on by him. The intention was for this to be a little excursion, nothing more than a minute or two, and then straight back to bed. As soon as he went out into the chilly and gloomy morning of Siberia, however, he discovered that he was not alone. They were waiting in the shadows, and it was either someone or some individuals. The fact that a violent struggle took place is something that we are aware of, but we do not know whether they ambushed him or whether they enticed him away from the cabin. These are the telltale indicators of a guy who is battling for his life: the shredded clothing, the abrasions on his hands and wrists, and the clenched fists. On the other hand, he was ultimately defeated. He had been kidnapped. Probably the most terrifying aspect of this enigma is what transpired after that with him. He was kidnapped from the environment surrounding the cabin and held captive for close to 8 days in a location unknown. This is where he was abducted. Why was he taken away from us? We are unable to provide responses to these queries. He was being detained against his will for a period of 8 days, during which time his friends, his family, and a large search party were making frantic efforts to locate him. Imagine the suffering that he must have been subjected to during that period of time. After that, his assailant or assailants murdered him on or around April 4th, which was the day that his body was discovered. Suffocation was the result. Following his passing, his body was relocated and positioned in that area in the forest, which was approximately 1 mile away from the cabin. Where is that? Would you say that the location was one that was chosen on purpose? Was the intention to make it simple to locate in order to convey some kind of message? Or was it simply a spot that was convenient for him to be left? When he is placed on his back with his arms extended, it gives the impression that he was placed there on purpose, rather than being a body that was simply abandoned. Therefore, the most important question is, who would do this and why would they do it? One theory, which is supported by a significant number of individuals, suggests that the Russian government or some local authorities are responsible. In Siberia, it was discovered that Colin, who had a strong commitment to protecting the environment, had taken part in at least one protest that was staged inside a peaceful setting. An unauthorized development in the area of Lake Baikal was the target of the protest. Following the conclusion of this demonstration, it is believed that Colin was issued a formal written warning by the Russian police, instructing him to refrain from attending any such rallies of this nature. What if this is the reason for it? Is it true that he was considered a problematic American activist? What happened to him? Was he singled out, kidnapped for questioning, and then murdered? This is a somewhat unsettling idea. It is possible that this is the reason why the official investigation was so quick to close off any line of inquiry that did not entail a straightforward accident. It's possible that a failed probe was actually a deliberate attempt to cover up the truth. On the other hand, this idea is not without its flaws. With so many other people participating in the demonstration, why would the government single out Colin? And why would they pick to kidnap him on a night when he was with 3 of his closest friends, individuals who would immediately notice his absence and raise the alarm if they were to find him missing? An operation that is being carried out in secret appears to be carried out in a very poor manner. There are other hypotheses that suggest it could have been a crime of opportunity, a robbery that went awry, or a personal quarrel with a nearby resident that we are unaware of. However, none of these hypotheses adequately explain the peculiar and protracted character of the crime, which consisted of the 8-day period of captivity prior to the murder. It was not surprising to see how the Russian authorities would respond to the discoveries that were discovered by the American laboratory. They were entirely disregarded by anyone. They remained steadfast in their judgment that the death was the result of hypothermia brought on by an accident. However, the investigation in Russia has not yet been concluded. This is not a riddle that needs to be solved for them. Those who were close to Colin described the event as a complete nightmare. Not only did they suffer the loss of their good buddy in the most heinous manner, but they also had to go through the agony of being the major suspects in his killing, even if it was only for a little period of time or for a short period of time. The shocking events that transpired over that week are likely to remain with them for the rest of their lives. The anguish that Colin's parents are experiencing is never-ending. Despite their best efforts, they have been unable to achieve justice for their son, The government of Russia does not give any cooperation, does not provide any fresh information, and there is no possibility that the case will ever be reopened. They are left with the horrific knowledge that their kid was murdered, but it is possible that they will never know who was responsible for the crime or why it was committed. When it comes to this investigation, they are forced to consider the same questions over and over again. Who was hiding in the shadows outside of that cabin in the early morning hours when it was completely dark? To what location did they take Colin? And during those 8 days when they were unable to find him, before they killed him and left him deep within that huge and merciless Siberian wilderness, what did they do to him? You are very much appreciated for watching. If you watched today's program, please share your thoughts with me in the comments section. You should also keep in mind that we have a whole playlist of episodes of true crime ready for you to watch in one sitting right now. Up until the next time. What's up?
In the latter part of the summer of 2010, a man by the name of Ben McDaniel, who was 30 years old, was attempting to begin his life anew. On the surface, it might have appeared that everything was well. He was following a brand new and interesting activity when he was living in the sunny panhandle of Florida. Ben, on the other hand, was bearing a significant burden underneath. His hometown was Collierville, Tennessee, and it was there that he had established a prosperous construction company using his own 2 hands. He took great pride in it. However, when the housing market collapsed in 2008, his company went out of business, and it went out of business rather badly. In the end, he was left with nothing but debt, and a significant amount of it, amounting to almost $50,000. An individual who had given everything he had into his work was dealt a devastating blow by this. However, the financial loss was not even the most significant aspect of the situation. Before that, Ben had suffered the loss of his younger brother Paul a couple of years earlier. Due to the fact that Paul had suffered a stroke, Ben and his parents were left in utter disarray after his passing. Paul, on the other hand, was the more careful and grounded sibling, whereas Ben had always been the one who took risks and was the most adventurous. Ben's life was profoundly altered by the loss of him, and he had a difficult time coping with the pain that he felt. Shelby and Patty, his parents, watched as their surviving son drifted off into the distance. Despite the fact that he was depressed and disoriented, he was searching for something, anything, to satisfy his emptiness. His marriage had also ended in divorce, which was simply another aspect of his previous life that had disintegrated beyond repair. As a result, Ben came to the conclusion that he needed a significant shift. He relocated to Ponce de Leon, Florida, leaving behind his life in Tennessee, or what was remained of it, and brought his belongings with him. Scuba diving was the new hobby that he had discovered, and it was something that appeared to make him feel like he had a purpose once more. More specifically, he felt compelled to go to a location known as Vortex Spring. It is a lovely natural spring that produces a wide pool before feeding into a massive underwater cave system, making it a popular location for divers to visit. Ben was completely committed. He hired a tiny trailer on the property that was owned by the owner of the spring, and he committed himself entirely to exploring the underwater world. Within a relatively short period of time, he was able to move his certifications from open water diver to more advanced certification. He became certified extremely quickly. Nearly every single day, he would be found there, swimming in the crystal clear water that was refreshing. Ben saw the undersea environment as a means of making his escape. At that point, it appeared as though the burden of his financial obligations and his sorrow simply vanished. He was able to simply be there because it was a serene and placid location. However, a few of the other divers who were part of the close-knit society that existed at Vortex Spring saw something else in Ben. They observed a man who was going too far and moving too quickly with things. Cavern diving is widely considered to be among the most hazardous sports in the world. Having an extraordinary amount of patience, precise planning, and a profound regard for the harsh environment are all necessary components. Cave divers with years of experience, and often even decades of experience, spent developing their skills. On the other hand, Ben appeared to be in a hurry most of the time. It was his goal to dominate the cave, to go further and deeper than anyone else had ever gone before. It was said that he had a cowboyish presence, and even that he was haughty. It is said that he expressed a desire to find a way to pass through a particularly tight and perilous restriction deep into the cave, which was a location that experienced explorers had believed to be inaccessible. The thought of exploring new areas of the cave and establishing a reputation for himself was something that he was entirely preoccupied with. Some of his close friends and family members were concerned that he was not taking the risks seriously enough and that his desire to change his identity was causing him to act in a risky manner. As the sun began to set on the 18th of August 2010, Ben prepared himself for yet another dive. There were lengthy shadows cast across the sea as the sun was about to set. As he made his way to the end of the pier, the heavy gear he was carrying rumbled with each step he took. He wore his mask around his neck, his tanks were on his back, and he was holding his fins in his hand. The act was something that he had performed 100 times before. After a few period of gazing out over the lake, he quickly pulled his mask over his face, placed his regulator in his mouth, and then walked off the edge, sinking beneath the surface with a splash. The entrance to the cave was a dark maw at the bottom of the spring basin, perhaps 50 feet below the surface. He was moving in that direction. The light from his headlamp cut a beam through the blue water as he fell through the water without any difficulty. As soon as he reached the entryway, he continued on his way into the darkness. In the field of cave diving, the initial explanation put out to explain what took place after that was straightforward and sadly common. It was around 7:30 that evening that the staff at the Vortex Spring diving shop, a guy called Chuck Cronin and the owner's son, Lowell Kelly, reported seeing Ben enter the dive shop for his dive. They were aware that he was a devoted diver who frequently went in by himself. They did not instantly get concerned when he did not come to the surface after a few hours had passed. It is possible that divers, particularly those who are investigating the cave, could be down for an extended period of time. However, as the night progressed and there was still no trace of him, a stoic concern started to develop underneath the surface. The next day, when he still hadn't come up, that worry grew into genuine terror due to the circumstance. At that moment, his truck was still parked in the lot. There was only his dog in his trailer by himself. The situation was not right. At the same time as the authorities were contacted, a search operation was initiated. Once the Walton County Sheriff's Office arrived, it was immediately apparent to everyone that the initial assumption was correct. It was discovered that Ben McDaniel, a diver with a relatively low level of experience who was notorious for testing his limits, had entered a hazardous underwater cave and had not emerged from it. There must have been some kind of mishap. In one of the cave's winding side channels, he might have become disoriented and lost his way. It was possible for him to become trapped in a restrictive situation. It's possible that his apparatus broke down. It's possible that he went out of breath. The cave had a reputation for being a murderer. One of the signs that was placed close to the entrance was a gloomy warning to divers about the dangers that they faced. It was a stark reminder of the many other people who had died in its depths throughout the years. The narrative appeared to be written by itself. The cave had taken another victim, and this time it was Ben McDaniel. In the context of this particular sport, it was a tragedy, but it was a risk that was acknowledged. Instead of being a rescue mission, the mission was now a recovery mission. In order to locate his body, they were going inside. The search for Ben McDaniel was a massive effort that was fraught with a great deal of vulnerability. Finding a body in a setting that is simply open water is already a challenging task. There is a completely different level of difficulty involved in locating one within a cave system that is flooded, such as Vortex Spring. There are a number of narrow channels that wind their way through the cave. The floor is coated in a fine silt that has the consistency of talcum powder. Even the slightest touch from a hand or a fin can cause a cloud of this silt to be kicked up, which can reduce visibility to zero in a matter of seconds. It is referred to as a silt out, and it is one of the worst nightmares that a cave diver may experience. It is possible to become utterly bewildered, to the point where you are unable to see your hand in front of your face and to locate the guideline that will bring you back to a secure location. As a result of these dangers, the sheriff's office was forced to bring in the most qualified individuals possible, cave rescue and recovery divers who are volunteers and have had extensive training. They were individuals who willingly went into locations where other people had passed away, putting their own lives in danger in order to provide a family with some sense of closure. It was on August 20th, 2 days after Ben was last seen, that the first teams entered the building. They proceeded in accordance with the primary guideline that could be found in the cave's most often visited areas. As they searched every nook and cranny, their strong lights penetrating the murky water, they looked for any indication that Ben may be present. A person, a piece of equipment, a fin, a mask, or anything else may have been what they were looking for. And still, they discovered nothing. A peculiar and unnerving pattern started to emerge as the first day of seeking moved into a second, and then a third, as the 3 days of searching continued. All traces of Ben McDaniel were completely absent from the scene. As they progressed deeper into the cave system, the divers entered the more hazardous areas of the cave. After that, they headed to the location where it was said that Ben was preoccupied with discovering a new tunnel. Every single dead end and every single small compartment was investigated. Nothing has changed. Certainly, this was not the norm. It is extremely simple to locate the deceased in the vast majority of cave diving accidents that result in fatalities. The majority of the time, they are discovered with all of their gear on, entangled in the guideline, or constrained by a restriction. The cave has a way of retaining its victims. However, in this particular instance, the cave appeared to be devoid of any inhabitants. An odd discovery was uncovered after a couple of days had passed since the beginning of the hunt. There was a discovery of 2 of Ben's diving tanks. On the other hand, they were not discovered far within the cave, which is where you would anticipate them to be if he had dropped them in the event of an emergency. They were discovered in the open water basin, which was located outside the entrance to the cave. The employee of the dive shop, Chuck Cronin, said that he discovered them. This was the first piece of information that did not appear to be consistent with the straightforward accident account. That 2 of his tanks were located outside of the cave is a mystery. It is common practice for divers to position stage bottles at specific points in order to retrieve them later for longer dives. Nevertheless, the positioning of these bottles was peculiar. The results did not appear to be consistent with any of the typical cave diving procedures. Despite the peculiar discovery, the search that was being conducted inside the cave continued. They were unrelenting in their pursuit. They looked on for several days. They went so far as to bring in specialized equipment in order to attempt to blast through a rock pile that was blocking a narrow tunnel that Ben had been interested in. They were under the impression that Ben had managed to pass through the obstruction and is now stuck on the other side. On the other hand, the endeavor was not only risky, but also ultimately failed. It was decided to call off the official search after nearly a week of intense, high-risk searching, during which more than a dozen professional divers searched every available inch of the cave. They had not discovered anything. Ben and his equipment were completely absent from the scene. It was said by the primary investigator for the sheriff's office that if Ben was indeed there in the cave, his body would be located in a section that was just inaccessible to rescue workers. According to the official record, it was thought that Ben McDaniel had drowned, and his body was reported to have been lost forever in the gloomy and silent depths of Vortex Spring. It was impossible for Shelby and Patty McDaniel, Ben's parents, to believe the official explanation that was provided and accepted it. It is incomprehensible that their son, along with all of his heavy diving equipment, including his tanks, his fins, his weight belt, and his lights, could suddenly disappear without a trace inside that cave. Quite simply, it was completely illogical. When it came to his dives, they were aware that their son was a risk-taker for sure, but they also knew that he was a thorough planner. He meticulously documented each and every dive that he went on. To them, the concept that he would simply vanish without a trace from their lives seemed illogical. Although they were experiencing a great deal of loss, they were also developing a strong sense of distrust. The sensation that they were not being told the complete story was something that they were unable to shake. They acted in the manner that any other parent would. They were not willing to give up. They secured the services of Kelly Fleischman, a well-known private investigator hailing from the state of Florida. In addition, they offered a hefty reward, which finally reached $30,000 for any information that could lead to the rescue of their son. The investigation into the case was initiated by Fleischman, who conducted more interviews with witnesses and examined the facts with a new perspective. And as she continued to look, the straightforward diving accident idea started to entirely disintegrate before her own sights. Not only did she discover a single problem in the narrative, but she discovered an entire string of them. The 2 air tanks that were discovered outside of the cave were the first major problem that needed to be addressed. An examination of the air carried within them was carried out. As it turned out, they were filled with the typical compressed air that is found in the atmosphere. The kind of deep, sophisticated cave diving that Ben was purportedly undertaking would have required him to use specialized gas combinations, such as nitrox or trimix, in order to avoid oxygen poisoning and nitrogen narcosis. Although Ben was known for his recklessness, it was highly doubtful that he would have made the rookie mistake of using plain air at the depths that he was purportedly exploring. This would have been an extremely dangerous situation. Even stranger was the fact that the tanks were found to be almost completely full. Just a little bit less air was contained within them than they would have been immediately after being filled. It was clear from this that Ben had only used them for a little period of time, if he had used them at all. What was the rationale behind him bringing 2 large tanks into the water, using them for a minute or two, and then leaving them outside the cave afterwards? Under any diving circumstance, it was completely illogical to do so. After that, Fleischman began investigating the employees of Vortex Spring, namely the 2 workers who were the last to see Ben and who were involved in the search for the tanks. These workers were Chuck Cronin and Lowell Kelly, the owner's son. It was the private investigator's opinion that their accounts were inconsistent with one another. It seemed as though their time frames of when they had last seen Ben and when they became aware that he was missing were slightly different from one another with each new account. It was hardly a conclusive piece of evidence, but it was sufficient to raise suspicions. In addition to this, Fleischman discovered some peculiar information regarding Ben's life around the time that he disappeared. He was in possession of 2 mobile phones. While he was in the parking lot, one was discovered in his truck. There was a lack of the other. The truck also had his wallet, which contained his identification as well as his credit card. If he was only going to go for a dive, we don't see why he would leave his wallet behind. The vast majority of individuals would keep it safe in their vehicle. It was discovered that his dog, a cherished companion that he kept with him everywhere he went, was locked inside his small trailer without any food or water. The fact that Ben would ignore his animal in such a manner, even for only one evening, appeared to be cruel and out-of-character behavior. In addition, the condition of his trailer was very questionable. At first glance, it appeared as though someone had tried to use it. Unfortunately, a few of his personal possessions were not found. Moreover, there was the issue of his diving logs to consider. The entry in Ben's journal for his final dive, which took place on August 18th, appeared to be incorrect. Ben was obsessed with keeping a log of his dives. Some others questioned whether or not the handwriting was even his. It was hasty and lacking in information, and it was not at all like his earlier entries that were extensive. It appeared as though it had been filled out by someone else in order to make a record of a dive that might not have actually taken place in the manner that it was portrayed. Despite the fact that the cave itself was intended to be the repository of all the answers, the cave itself was the source of the most significant flaw, the one that completely destroyed the official idea. Over the course of the subsequent couple of years, the McDaniel family supported a number of more private searches of the cave by spending their own personal funds. They had a strong desire to locate their son, or at the very least, to demonstrate that he was not present. Ed Sorensen, a man who is considered to be a legend in the world of cave diving, was hired by them in the year 2012. With his seemingly superhuman ability to traverse and explore the most perilous and tightest underwater caves on the world, Sorensen has earned a reputation for being an exceptional cave explorer. When nobody else is willing or able to go, people look to him as the person to go for recovery. In the history of Vortex Spring, Sorensen carried out one of the most extensive searches that have ever been completed. He remained in the cave for several days. He was able to circumvent constraints that were so tight that he had to remove his gear and squeeze through the openings on the side. Through his exploration of the cave system, he traveled further than any of the previous search parties had gone. He looked into every possible option, every rumor, and every lead that was available. His goal was to find any indication of a human body or any pieces of equipment. His conclusion was unquestionable and immovable, despite everything that had transpired. In a public statement, he asserted with complete and utter certainty that the body of Ben McDaniel was not found contained within the Vortex Spring Cave. He stated that there was no physical method for a body to have entered the areas of the cave that had not been inspected, regardless of whether or not tools were present. In the event that Ben had passed away inside that cave, Ed Sorensen would have located him. He did not discover anything. A single remark made by an expert has completely altered everything. Could you please tell me where Ben was if he wasn't in the cave? There was no longer any basis for believing the claim of a terrible diving catastrophe. Another event had taken place on the 18th of August in the year 2010. Following Ed Sorensen's exhaustive investigation, which proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the accident explanation was not true, two new options emerged, each of which was more sinister and intricate than the one that came before it. In the course of the inquiry, which was now being led by Ben's family and their private investigator, an attempt was made to piece together what might have actually occurred on that particular evening. First, there was the possibility of some kind of criminal activity. Kelly Fleischman, a private investigator, came to the conclusion that Ben had been murdered and that his disappearance had been manufactured to appear as though it was an accident that occurred while he was diving. Putting this hypothesis back together, the reconstruction looks somewhat like this. The fact that Ben was not liked by everyone at Vortex Spring was something that had been established. A man who did not respect the established order in the community, he was perceived as being haughty. He was exerting a lot of effort in order to gain entry to the more hazardous and gated-off area of the cave, which was a privilege that was only granted to the most reliable and experienced divers. It's possible that he got into a disagreement with someone at the dive shop on that particular evening. Perhaps the dispute became more heated. It is possible that a confrontation takes happen in this situation, possibly on the pier or in close proximity to the ocean. The situation escalates into a physical confrontation, and Ben is either killed unintentionally or on purpose. The individual or individuals concerned are currently experiencing a state of panic. They are currently dealing with a deceased individual in a well-known tourist site. A cover narrative is required, and they need to get rid of it as soon as possible. And what could be a more fitting cover tale than an accident that occurred while cave diving at a well-known location? They are aware that if they are able to make it appear as though Ben was lost and perished in the cave, then it is possible that his body will never be located and no individuals will ask an excessive amount of questions. Therefore, they carry out their plan while doing so under the cover of darkness. They remove Ben's body and dispose of it in a location that is very far away from Vortex Spring, specifically a location where it will never be discovered again. Following that, they collect some of his diving equipment. For the purpose of giving the impression that he drove himself to the parking lot, they drive his truck there. They steal 2 of his tanks, which may have been the most convenient ones they could grab, which explains why they were filled with the incorrect kind of air. The tanks are dropped right beyond the entrance to the cave, generating a piece of evidence that is misleading. They walk down to the water and drop the tanks. To further their efforts to sell the tale, they may have even fabricated the final entry in his dive log. They then wait for a day and discover that Ben is missing, at which point they report him as a diver who has gone missing. Despite the fact that they are well aware that the cave will not provide any results, they focus the search in that direction. Each piece of evidence that lends credence to this viewpoint is convincing. The fact that Ben and his heavy gear were never discovered in the cave is explained by this explanation. It provides an explanation for the tanks that were put in an unusual manner and contained the incorrect air mixture. It provides an explanation for the inconsistencies that were stated by the staff of the dive shop, who the family feels were engaged in the incident. Lowell Kelly, the owner's son, has been singled out as the person on whom the family has placed the blame. Although they first brought a lawsuit against him for wrongful death, the case was eventually dismissed. They are of the opinion that he, along with possibly others, had a reason to harm Ben and the opportunity to cover it up. However, the local law enforcement has indicated that they have never discovered sufficient evidence to identify any suspects or treat the case as a homicide after they investigated the case. A very different picture of Ben McDaniel is painted by the second main theory, which is just as astonishing as the first major theory. The hypothesis of a staged disappearance is expressed in this way. Based on this reconstruction, it appears that Ben was not the victim of any kind of criminal activity, but rather the mastermind of his own disappearance. We are aware that Ben was during a very difficult period in his life. It was $50,000 worth of debt that he was drowning in. He was still in a state of mourning over the death of his brother. His company had been unsuccessful. He was feeling dejected and desperately looking for a way out, a new beginning. According to this scenario, Ben carefully planned to act as if he had already passed away. Because he was aware of the cave's reputation for being dangerous, he decided that Vortex Spring would be the ideal place. There is a possibility that disappearance could occur there. For several weeks or perhaps months leading up to the 18th of August, he worked on getting everything ready. It is possible that he was gradually removing the things that were most important to him from his trailer, things that he would require in order to start a new life. It's possible that he was putting money aside or developing a new identity at the time. A significant amount of cash was reportedly withdrawn from his account just before he disappeared, according to the reports. The strategy was put into action on the evening when he vanished without a trace. He puts on some of his gear and makes a show of going for a dive in order to make sure that the personnel at the business notice him. On the other hand, it's possible that he didn't even enter the water at all, or that he merely conducted a very brief dive that was shallow. It is a purposeful red herring, a piece of misleading evidence that he leaves behind the 2 air tanks in order to make the investigation more difficult to understand. After that, he sneaks out while it is still dark outside for shelter. The possibility exists that he has a getaway automobile hidden in a nearby location, or that he has an accomplice waiting to pick him up. In order to sell the story that he met his end in the spring, he abandons his truck, his wallet, and one of his phones, along with the rest of his belongings. He gives up his dog, which is a terrible reality, but an essential component of the strategy. In an instant, Ben McDaniel vanishes from existence, and a new individual emerges, liberated from the burden of debt and the anguish of a troubled history. Additionally, the data that supports this viewpoint is significant. He is experiencing severe mental and financial stress, which gives a great motivation. There is no physical evidence of a struggle or a body, which is a strong indicator that the crime in question is not a murder. It is more sanitary. Over the course of the years, there have been a number of unverified sightings of persons that resembled Ben in various regions of the country and even in countries outside of the United States. A few days after he was said to have vanished, a waitress in a nearby town was convinced that she had given him breakfast. The theory is maintained by these sightings, despite the fact that none of them have ever been authenticated. It is a tantalizing possibility that Ben outwitted everyone and successfully started a new life, leaving his family to live in a state of uncertainty for the rest of their lives. While the investigation into Ben McDaniel's disappearance became less active during the years that followed, the mystery continued to grow more perplexing. In the official sense, it is still a case of a missing person. The year 2013 marked the year that Ben was officially pronounced dead, 3 years after he had been last seen. This permitted his parents to take care of his estate. Nevertheless, the legal pronouncement was of very little significance to them. The funeral was never held by them. In no way did they ever erect a headstone. In their hearts, they were unable to mourn the loss of a son whose future was still a total mystery. Both emotionally and financially, Shelby and Patty McDaniel were subjected to a mountain of hardship. They used their own money to pay for private detectives, prizes, and private search attempts, which totaled hundreds of thousands of dollars. They exerted a great deal of effort in order to keep the case of their son in the public view, with the expectation that somebody, somewhere, would come forward with the piece of information that would eventually break the case open. They felt that the first investigation was bungled and that their suspicions of foul play were never taken seriously enough. As a result, they became extremely upset with the Walton County Sheriff's Office. The authorities, on the other hand, contended that they were unable to take any action because they did not have a body or any other tangible evidence related to the crime. The investigation was a frustrating mix of peculiar occurrences and theories that had not been examined in depth. In spite of the fact that they are at the core of the family's suspicions, the staff at Vortex Spring have always maintained their claims of innocence. They have not wavered from their narrative, which states that Ben was a careless diver who met a horrible end in the cave, regardless of whether or not his body was situated there. For years, they have been subjected to accusations on the internet and scrutiny from the general public, but no charges have ever been brought against them. The circumstances surrounding Ben McDaniel's disappearance continue to cast a pall over Vortex Spring, despite the fact that it continues to function as a popular diving hole. Ben's story has become a modern legend among the larger community of people who are interested in real crime and those who are divers. It has been discussed endlessly on internet forums and in films. There is a thorough examination of every aspect, including the tanks, the dive record, and the witness statements. The opinions of individuals are sharply divided amongst the three hypotheses. Was it a bizarre accident in which a corpse was lost in a manner that defies all logic and experience for the reason that it was lost? Could it have been a cold-blooded murder that was then covered up in a flawless manner? On the other hand, was it the most extreme kind of flight, a man who pretended to die in order to begin a new life? After everything is said and done, the case leaves us with a spooky silence. The truth about what took place at Vortex Spring on the 18th of August 2010 is nearly impossible to discern, despite the fact that the water there is completely transparent. It is only Ben McDaniel himself who is aware of the events that took place with absolute certainty. There is a possibility that his family will never receive the justice that they have battled so hard for if he was murdered. Those who murdered him may have been able to get away with the perfect crime. In addition, if he had fabricated his own disappearance, he would have left his parents in a painful state of limbo where they would be unable to grieve and would be unable to move on with their lives. During the time that they are locked in a nightmare of not knowing, they are left to worry each and every day whether or not their kid is still alive from somewhere in the world. Ben was meant to be able to escape through the cave, but in the end, it turned out to be a perpetual jail, not for his body, but for the truth and its contents. You are very much appreciated for watching. If you watched today's program, please share your thoughts with me in the comments section. You should also keep in mind that we have a whole playlist of episodes of true crime ready for you to watch in one sitting right now. Up until the next time. What's up?